Put your drawers on and take your gun off.
How the hell did you get out of that pigsty?
My own way. I'm here with your old friend, Angel Eyes.
You talked.
No, I didn't talk. If I did, I probably wouldn't be here now.
Blondie, I'm very happy you're working with me.
I forgot to mention. He's not alone. There's 5 of them. Yeah, 5 of them.
It doesn't matter. I'll kill them all.
Hey, Jonathan.
I'll be right there. Time to...
10 minutes. We're going to have the hamster. Today was a hell of a raid, and it's just, I think it was coordinated. I think it was against the law. It was illegal. And I also think Gary Gensler couldn't care less. And I think FINRA couldn't care less. And that's your government. That's your government. But hey, it's just hundreds of billions of dollars stolen out of the market without paying taxes, probably every month, quarter. But why do we care? Were we getting hammered into the ground? No, we're not. It's down 22 cents. The volume is at 1.02 million. We're not getting hammered into the ground. That is an exaggeration. And what's more, it's not true. I think the truck pissed someone off. Could be. But I think what's really happening, the shorts are in trouble. I think they are getting margin calls. They are attacking you, Ham, me, everybody. They want to get rid of us so they can go back to criming with a complicit, compliant, captured SEC. I don't think it's going to go back that way. And today, they started sort of, if you start last week, they started at the 650 range, maybe a little lower. They got it under 6. Yesterday, they got it under, I don't remember exactly, under 550. And then today, they drove it under 5. And it's all manipulation. It's a coordinated attack, and I know that. They discussed it. People knew it. Gensler doesn't care. Absolutely doesn't care. He should be embarrassed to go home and talk to his daughters and his wife. But anyway, he'll have to live with his decision making in his massive homes and $125 million fortune. I guess he figures that it's worth it. Well, it's not just Gensler. The problem is you get rid of Gensler and there's top people at the SEC that'll suck up to Goldman Sachs and Ken Griffin and Stevie Cohen. What's wrong in this country is that we glorify bankers who do nothing but strip money out of the economy. We don't glorify the hardworking. We don't. So everyone wants to make a fast buck. Well, that's how it goes. Gensler thinks he's a good guy. He hangs out with the Clintons. He gets paid for what he does. He surrounds himself with people that wear fancy clothes. He's convinced that by going after cryptocurrency, he's saving you from something. People can rationalize a lot of things. Yeah, they started at 4 a.m. I think they started with the hit piece in Seeking Alpha. Yeah, the 528's an important number. I think $5 is an important number. And look, they got it down today. Maybe tomorrow they walk it down to 475. And then Thursday they walk it down to 450. And Friday they get it to close at 4. Who knows? But they're not doing this on a lot of volume today. I would rather think that today the stock could close at 6. But we'll find out. Well, David, you're working class stiff. What is it? Working class stiffs? Working class heroes? I forget the term, but you're right. The working class bails them out. Bails them out. Some chart person said they filled 475. Well, you know what? Fill this. Fill this, pal. I don't see a gap in there anywhere. Do you see a gap? Do you see a gap at 475? Here, they filled it on the way up. Here, they filled it on the way up. What freaking gap are they talking about? Must be an hourly chart. That might be true. And you know, gaps must be filled. We're 522 to 520. 5. 5 minutes to the hamster. 5 minutes to hearing that it's time to buy calls. 5 minutes to hearing it's all fraud street. 5 minutes to hearing we're not the cops. 5 minutes to hearing. Actually, I'll just say right now, he won't he won't take a breath. But if anyone from FINRA is watching, the SEC journalists, why does FINRA and the SEC notify companies when the stock goes up? They notify the CEO and said, explain, show us your emails, show us that you're not manipulating the stock upward. But when they do a coordinated attack today that they knew about in advance, and they drive it downward, you don't care at all. You don't care at all. Ask your boss, if you're listening for Gary Gensler, for Robert Cook, ask them, why do our computers only work when the stock's going up? We have the computers to test the situation, send out letters, and inquire. But when the stock goes down, we say, hey, Congress, we don't have good enough computers. We need more money. Ask why Gary Gensler doesn't fine Sabby, doesn't fine Morgan Stanley, doesn't fine Goldman Sachs tens, 20s, hundreds of millions of dollars when they commit securities fraud. Instead, slap on the... And I hit myself too hard. No one's going to call it. No one. I would. Scott. That's why I have my unique success in life. Well, I think you're going to get your wish and be able to trade crypto. $524 by $525, 1,025,000. Crossbones, Logic. I gave a full. I'm sure you were listening yesterday. Nothing's happened since yesterday. There's not enough time here till Ham comes on. If you ask about Logic while Ham's on the call, I'm not gonna respond or go Logic. Here's Logic, Crossbones. I've got 1 minute to answer your question. Logic, one stock, 30 cents. Data Logic, the engine of Logic, is going into Aubrey SPAC, which is trading at $10.70. The deal is priced at $10. Aubrey SPAC. And then you get Logic. So one is going to become two. Aubrey SPAC has applied for this to occur. We are awaiting SEC approval, S4 approval. It's expected last week, this week, next week. Now, Data Logic is the engine, and I got to go. We'll talk about it afterward.
All right, everyone. I have William. It's another day, another miserable day of watching these scumbags naked short our stocks. Again, this is not to advise you on buying and selling as the SEC is living. This is our opinions on what we see and trading strategies and how to handle these low-life scumbags. All right, let's start off right out of the gate. Okay, yesterday, just to recap, the truck was at the SEC. And I was on with William, and I said, you have to be criminally insane to be selling the stock short on a day where the truck is at the SEC. And what did they do? They put out a fake report at 1:30, 2 o'clock, and you can actually see, I put up the chart, the one-day chart. You can actually see them start selling into it before the report hit so they can manipulate it down. They're using the report as cover to naked short because they could not short it directly, because if anyone knocks on their door, they can blame the fake report from Seeking Alpha yesterday. All right. We all reached out to the company. I forwarded it to the attorneys, and the company will have to address this, and I believe they will. The one thing you have to understand, and William, I always try to tell you this, but you always forget, the naked short sellers just have a sell button. That's it. That's all they know. Public companies have to go to their attorneys to get approval of things. William, you got that yet?
No, I didn't understand. Could you repeat it, Ham?
It's a hard strategy, but all these idiots do is hit a sell button, and then they brag like Timothy Sykes. Again, Timothy Sykes is around our names. It's funny how Timmy always seems to get near the top, and he attacks stocks when he shorts it. You think he knows the game plan is working with the network? I do. Okay? Because he's acting like he's the all-world trader. He's going to short his stock at the top, and it's going to work in one day, and his group of thugs who all work at these day trading firms will all clap their hands like seals and say what good winners they are. Well, I believe Timmy is tied to the criminals, and I think his day is coming, all right? So when the FBI calls me up, or the DOJ, is one of the first names I'm giving up, and I'm going to make them track that guy down. But posting photos on a private jet, showing his watch with a ton of cash. Doing what? All right. He's a criminal. He needs to be locked up. He's part of the organization. These guys act as a pack of wolves. That's what they do. They're here trying to steal your money, and we're trying to help you, educate you about their moronic game plans. If the system wasn't slanted one way, we would have beat them and clubbed them already. Right? That's how stupid these guys are. But we cannot stop when they can just sell endless amount of shares of stock in your face when they want to. All right. So again, any questions to that? Any recap?
Well,
any questions?
I just will observe that if a CEO or if we as a group did any kind of coordination like that, we'd either be in jail or hauled into court. When the criminals do it, Gensler, FINRA, OTC markets, they all just, hey, it's
You
good
were
job
following
for
the
you
stock.
guys.
I can't remember. You were following a stock. The stock went up from 37
LGIQ.
and you said that the company received a letter questioning why their stock went up.
Exactly.
So, so obviously, we're fighting the regulators, the brokerage firms, the short sellers, the whole settlement system, everything. That's what's at stake here. We keep trying to tell you. The MMTLP crowd has got senators now questioning the SEC and demanding answers. These people have been nothing but outstanding, and I'll go to anywhere with them. I try everything I can to help them out, but they're doing their part. If you want to do your part, just pull up the whistleblower number. I post it every day on Twitter. It's easy. Just hit SEC whistleblower. The number's there. Call them up. They'll ask you a bunch of questions. Tell them in your words what you're seeing and how you're sick of it. All right? That's all you have to do. Retweet the pictures of the trucks. I posted last night to discuss how an SEC enforcement person sitting in those windows, and William, that place is all glass, correct?
Well, except for where Gary Gensler sits. He sits in a lead box. He can't see anything. I don't know.
In a closet.
It's all glass. It's all glass.
So how does anyone who takes this job for enforcement, okay, go home, and I put it up yesterday, where the enforcement guy goes home, his wife says, "How's your day?" Well, a group of shareholders basically called us a bunch of jerk-offs, and they reminded us by putting a truck at the front door. And the wife says to him, "What are you going to do?" "Well, I can either tell them to go fuck themselves, or I can help them." And I believe they are good people, and I do believe they're going to help us. All right? It can't be possible that everyone in that building is turned and looked the other way. It's impossible. I know some SEC enforcement people from years ago. These are good people. They're attorneys. They're not here. They're here to do something good. Trust me, it's got to be burning a hole in their stomachs, the good people, saying, why aren't we helping these people? All right. Now, I do believe that West Christian is going to gain a lot of traction for GTII and Finger. And I do believe that's going to put the SEC in a bad spot for looking the other way when we can do our own due diligence and find the problem, and they can't find anything. And we reported the crime as whistleblowers. Okay? Whistleblowers, it seems, short sellers have a direct pipeline. When they want to whistleblow on something, they get a direct pipeline and get it on the tape real quick. Where with the longs, we can't whistleblow on the shorts. It's like they kick the ball down the road and don't even want to know about it. Kick the can down the road. But we're not letting them get away. We will continue exposing them until they fight back for us. That's their jobs. We're not police officers. William had a badge. He said yesterday this would be all over with. All right? William would kick the doors down like Elliot Ness and go get them. But again, these guys, you can see the attacks. They're just trying to manipulate the stock to get you to bail out. They cannot sell these shares forever. I do believe the heat is on them, and I do believe that they're making crucial mistakes. And I'll leave you with this before we get some questions. I do believe that Finger Motion and GTII, due to fraud, potentially are the biggest short squeeze candidates that you're going to ever see. The endless selling and not covering under the attacks by the shareholders exposing this fraud is just amazing. All right, the numbers just keep going up. If you just do 500,000 a day, the 2.5 million a week, it's 10 million a month. It just keeps rising, this number, and they always do it at lower numbers. When they fold, and they will, these short squeezes are going to be epic because of security fraud. That's the key to the whole game, and that's what I base it all on. Security fraud. Remember, who wants less all the time? Only a naked short seller. And you can see the attacks. They're looking and they're fishing for your stop loss orders. That's what they keep attacking it for. All right? Stocks trade, they don't trade like that, where they sell it at the market as fast as they can. They're just looking to shake the tree and get some people to bail out. That's their game. That's the only way they can cover. Today, I heard a small stock, NEOV. I don't know it. I'm hearing that there's a short seller in here, and the regulators are going after them. I don't know who it is. I don't know the stock, but keep an eye on it. Maybe this thing gets some traction, and it goes. I have no idea. I know nothing about it. All right, but I hear it's a good company, and the short sellers are being investigated. I wish they would say, or we would hear that about us, but I have to believe that GTII and FNGR are well down the road on the investigation trail by the DOJ and the SEC. William, any questions?
Yeah. Do you think Finger's been trading in dark pools the last few days?
Oh, the volume is definitely missing. There's a lot of. I told you the day my friend put an order in to buy 50,000, and he bought it, and the trades never even showed up. He was calling me up asking me. We never saw the trades, but he wound up buying it. So I have to assume that there's a lot of stuff that we don't see. Tom Ronk's report, which we post every day, the numbers are very different from the FINRA, as you can see. We put it up every day. It's much bigger, and obviously it's trading offshore. It's trading couples, yes.
Are the Asian whales around?
That's not for me. I met the gentleman. I met the group. I can't dictate how they play. That's not my job. They're not here to be our friends. They're here to accumulate and do what's best for them and their clients. But they're definitely on our side. I can tell you.
One gentleman, just going along with that, I liked his post. He said something like, "Stop worrying about the price, just accumulate." I liked that.
Well, I put that up every day. Accumulation is the killer for the shorts. Volatility is what they need. We had a 571 high. They dropped it to 470 for a blur. They wanted to break the 527 number like it's going to change our world. It doesn't mean anything to us. It means a big thing to the shorts. All right? That's what they try to do. Volatility. And if you just mark it down, every stock that you're involved in that has these crazy, has shorts in it, the volatility always comes down, never up. All right, they cannot let the stocks go up because they do not have the margin money. So all the attacks are always down. If I was the short seller, I would have opened Finger at $10, $12 and then destroyed it. But they cannot let it go up because they cannot meet the margin calls. That's why you see the attacks. Anytime someone bids for the stock, instead of selling it on the offer side, they hit the bids and drop the bids fast. They want no momentum. They don't want it to turn green. It's like they're using every cliche you can possibly get in the trading world. Don't let it turn green. The shareholders will get stronger. Don't do that. Break their backs. That's all they keep trying to say. That's the game plan. That's all it is.
This is more of an observation, but it's also a question, and I don't think you know the answer, but someone observed that the enforcement position at the SEC may not have been filled. I'm not sure, but it might as well not have been.
Wait, the enforcement what?
The position, whatever the title is, head of enforcement at the SEC may not be filled. I don't know if it's true.
That's Graywall. Graywall's.
Oh, that he is. He's great.
We know people that know him, and we reached out to him. They said the guy is a super honorable guy.
I think he's great. Yeah.
And this is not the guy that's. So I believe that they're sitting there and they have a huge problem. that this truck is out there, and basically the truck is whistleblowing for 170,000 people. That's what just happened yesterday. All right, all the people from MMTLP, GTII, whatever stock it is, Finger, whatever it is, that represents everyone screaming that we're reporting a crime to the SEC. They can't hide behind the fact that it's a phone call and we can't see who's calling and who's not calling. All right? That is in broad daylight, at the door, under video, snapshot pictures all over Twitter. They can't hide the fact that they can't tell any politician they didn't know about this. This puts them in a terrible spot, and that's why the truck is there. So if anybody's looking to represent a small company that they have, park the truck in front of the SEC like we showed you. And that is proof that you are whistleblowing and calling the federal authorities to stop the crime.
Can you describe the magnificent job, in my opinion, that Wes Christian has done for Finger, GTII, MMTLP, and several other companies? Can you just...
Well, listen, we need representation on the legal side while we fight this battle. I'm a firm believer in fighting what you see in the streets. I believe what we're doing is the proper way. I'm not the legal guy, but we started the fight in the streets, and then I believe then you circle back. While we're doing this fight, we have the lawyers fighting in the courts. All right, we have the system fighting against Alpine. Alpine got busted short GTII. We're not letting them get away with that. Okay, we put the judge who's letting John Hurry get extensions for being a criminal. We let the SEC know we know all about that. All right, we let the SEC know about Kodak in the city of Rochester. You know, we are not going away. These people are criminals. It needs to stop. As far as I'm concerned, this is financial terrorists. Lynn Partners, the Kramers, Yorkville, where is their money going? As far as I'm concerned, they're working for a terrorist organization. Prove me wrong. Show us that the money's going to Lynn Partners in New York City. All right? If it's not going there, that means they're going to terrorists, and they're using the money to kill Americans and terrorize us. All right? Show us the money trail. Give us their names. All right? If they can't prove their names, and they're offshore terrorists as far as I'm concerned.
What can Canadians do to
help? The Canadians, what they could do to help?
Yeah, they can't call their representatives. What can they do?
Well, they can call the U.S. representative. They got the number. It's an easy 202 number. It's right there. Right? They could say they're an investor. The U.S. market is open to the world. So that means the regulators have to answer to anyone.
So,
listen, just retweet. If you're on Twitter, stock twits, retweet pictures of the truck. All right? If you don't have to call your politician, they're not going to help you. Obviously, you live offshore, you're out of the country. But anything to help get the story out there and let people understand it and protect yourself. All right? You know they attack. They put up a story on finger motion that's completely wrong. Dr. Aziz put up a great post. He says he's never seen anything so disgusting in his life because he follows the company. If you're following Finger...
And he cuts people open for a living.
Excuse me?
And he cuts people open for a living. He's never...
Thank God I'm not him, because if you came in my office and you needed emergency surgery, I would ask, what do you do for a living? If you said a hedge fund, I would tell him to take him out.
My point is, he's seen some disgusting things, and that was the most disgusting he ever saw.
A great man. I try to tell the politicians about it. You're stealing from a surgeon that can save your life. The life of your wife, your child, yourself, anyone. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. And you're lucky I'm not him, because I would send you, when you come in for surgery, I send you to the butcher shop. Get the hell out of here. I would kick you right out. I would never do it. You know, this is a disgusting crime. They're stealing from his family, his children, his money that he uses, that he earns hard, saving people's lives. They steal his money. It's just remarkable. I have a shareholder that I communicate with. He's handicapped, and you know what? Every day he's sitting here fighting for his life. This poor guy, by himself, fighting. And I told him to call the SEC and register a complaint that they're stealing from you, a handicapped person. They don't care. They steal from senior citizens. They don't care. Doesn't make a difference.
They're asking who should they call. I would call the Financial Services Committee, the Oversight Committee, and in the Senate, the Judiciary Committee. That's who I would
If you live in the United States, call your representative from your state and let them know. This is the counterfeiting of the U.S. equity markets. It hurts your representative, their children, their family, their parents, your pensions, everything. I mean, the whole country's falling apart. The trains can't run on the train track, so I got it. But you know what? Let's get our money. Stop the looting. We can't have 10 people stealing all the money. Lynn Partners, Yorkville, all these criminals, Kramers, Alpine, John Hurry, have $1 million homes. Guy Savvy buys a $10 million condo. People, this has got to piss you off. It pisses me off. I have a family. I can't lose their money. Okay, I just can't go out and print more money. They're not stealing my money. I'm not going away. You guys can come and go, trade, lose, whatever you got to do. We're not going away. We've been here too long. We're not stopping until we see these guys carried out. And I'll be in the first row in the courthouse when they lock you up and put you away for 10 years because you needed a bigger stake. I don't care who you are. You're going to go to jail. We're not stopping.
I'm trying to think of a way to ask this in a pot.
Just a quick thought, William.
Yeah.
There's a company, everyone sent it to me. Lynn Partners lent money, $7 million to a company, ID, Indian David, Parts ID. This stock is going to be pennies. BRAG, if I was allowed to make a short, I would destroy that stock. Lynn is owed $10 million. I don't know how they're scamming it, holding it up, but the stock will be pennies. They did the same thing to SYTA, 10 to 5 cents. HUBC, and they have another one, I think it's TX or PXMD. Lynn Partner names. The CEOs that sign these deals, like Mark Bazile said, they should be held accountable for signing deals to destroy their companies. All I can think about is that these companies need the money and they have no choice. So they send them they go to the criminals. The criminals make it sound like everything's safe. Come on in. We promise we won't short it. And their cousins do it. That's all. That's what's going on. That's the plan. That's the criminal plan.
So, we could make this more complicated, but do the Lynn Partners, Benchmark, Power Up Lending, Yorkville Advisors, do they want to go to discovery?
No, because they would have sued us all already for you calling them out every day for 2.5 years, 3 years. Lynn Partners, come on over. We're all waiting to get sued. We want to see your phone records, your trading records, your wire transfers, where you make your money. $10 million goes out. How does it come back in? We want to see how you're making the money. Because every stock you're involved in goes straight down. So obviously, you're not Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett could take these hits. Every company they invest in goes straight down. It's funny. Warren Buffett invests in companies, they go straight up. These guys invest in, they go straight down, yet they have nothing but profits, all of them.
And they have no fear.
No fear. No one's stopping them. It's so easy. A chimpanzee can do this stuff. They're criminals. Accumulation is the killer. Spikes, when you stop buying, when there's a spike up, they push it right down. That's how they hurt you. I always told you, if you want to buy any of these names, you buy half, bid for half. Buy half, bid for half. When there's no bids, that's what they look for, an air pocket. So, think of it like, I'll do, the stock's at 550 and the next bid is 535 or 500. Boom, that's the air pocket straight down. You never see the stock could go up. As soon as you take the offer, there's another 100 shares for sale and another 500 shares for sale. Always a seller. Always a seller. 600, 100, 300. There's always somebody selling stock. That's because they can't have the stock gain any momentum. Normal stocks, when the sell is done, the spread opens up. This stock, you take the offer, another one jumps in the foxhole, another one, and another seller, and another seller.
This question's going to go to the front of the line. Are cheap July calls still?
All right, so let me tell you about options. I am a garbage short-term trading option player. All right, I never buy the August calls because if the deal's not going to work, the option price is going to come down. So why would I pay $1 when I can pay 30 cents, 40 cents? If it's not going to work, the next month is going to pull back down. That's the way I always looked at it. So I never looked at August calls. Okay, and once they open them up where they're $1 and the front month's 30 cents, I still believe that this thing is going to turn and squeeze. These guys need to cover stock. Their attempts to knock it down means that they're trying to cover. They're not here as your friend trying to sell you cheap stock. They're trying to break the back of the stock so that it can collapse. And when that doesn't work, the stock is going to go back up. The desperation, as Pedro Pete posted, is so classic. Put out a Seeking Alpha article that is completely wrong. Okay? It has nothing to do with the company, and they just made up a story to use for interference so that they can short the stock using that that's the Andrew Leff model. That's what the DOJ is going after Andrew Leff for, because he writes these stories, fraud, and the short sellers attack on it. The only problem is that Andrew Leff's case, they're shorting before so they can get short. I posted, I forget the symbol of the stock, IBIZ, whatever it was. Pat Byrne did the story. 2 days before Andrew Leff, a naked shorting attack, they shorted 7 million shares. Andrew Leff came out with his report. They drove the stock down 50%. So they always get in before, and then they attack. So in our case, they were using it because of the truck. They were exposed. They needed something to run cover so they can short. So they put out that stupid story. That's what they did yesterday.
Where are they getting the stock to sell?
It's called counterfeiting. You can just make it up. It's the market maker exemption loophole. They're telling the world that they're doing a service for us. They're doing a service for us. Hold on a second. They're doing a service for us by providing liquidity. All they do is flood us and try to drown us. That's all they're doing. They don't buy any back. They just keep flooding the market with counterfeits. All right? Companies that have 5 million shares in the float, it's to get all their certificates. They need wheelbarrows. That's how many extras there are. It's out of control. The whole system is full of counterfeits.
When do you see margin calls and or buy-ins actually taking hold?
That's a great question. Do I have to answer that?
No. That's a good enough answer.
That's again, I don't know how. Listen, in GTII, the stock went from $6 to $9. We spoke every day, every tick about margin calls, margin money. I put it up on Twitter for a year, every day. We calculated every nickel, every penny. The stock went $8, and there was no margin call. But there was a margin call because Alpine got busted for being short the stock and not having the money to put up. Okay, so they were hiding it. So at the highest level, the prime broker involved in the DTC, allowed into the boys club, was defrauding the DTC, and they got busted. Now, how they haven't shut them down and thrown them out a window yet or locked them up, I don't know. But I believe it's coming. And Big RJ and his cousin Small RJ and Ace and all these guys and Dozer,
JR, by the way.
Court case. Everyone that's helping on the reporting on the court case, I appreciate it. I just can't keep up on that. I'm just a numbers guy. I'm not an attorney.
It's JR, but that's all right.
Big RJ, JR, whatever.
Can GTII squeeze without FINRA expelling Alpine?
Do you think we're going away from GTII? You have to take a break. Finger motion, move to the front line here. Why? Because of the fundamental value of the company's revenue and the company growing has put it into the forefront. All right? Circling back to GTII, I told you my friends are selling their profitable trades in Wolf and they're buying GTII. When they started buying it, they spiked it to 134. While they're waiting, they push it back down. They scooped it up again to 120. They shorted it back down. And you can see the waves of buying that comes in. These guys keep shorting it. It just grows every day. We're not going away. The last time it ran from 60 cents to $9. Do you think we're going to go away with the proof that we have Alpine with a concentrated short position that they never covered? Do you think we're going away? If you think we're going away, then you must leave now because we're not going away.
How come the United States stock market favors one side? It doesn't seem fair.
I guess it's racist. I don't know. It's all, I don't know what it is. It's a disgrace because the short sellers have put themselves in the forefront telling the world how we need them. We all need a short seller to tell us when our stock is overvalued. All right? I look at the video and say, oh my goodness, I own the video at 100. It's up to $470. Eventually, it's going to get overvalued. When do I sell it? Well, I don't need Jim Chanos or Ackman from Persian Square to tell me that it's overvalued. I'm up $300. I'm going to sell my NVIDIA. I don't need you to tell me it's overvalued. So they position themselves as our saviors, the shorts. And everyone keeps writing, we need the shorts. They give us information that we don't have in the marketplace. What information? They're making it up. They're making up false stories. What information? Dog Victor Apple, he called it a fraud. A fraud. He was so wrong, the stock went from $50, $53 to $130. What happened to his yelling fire in a movie theater? You go to jail for that. Chanos just did that. What's his name? Andrew Left does it every other day. Hindenburg does it. They all do it. Carson Black. That's what if they're so good, the short sellers, short the stock and shut your mouth. Let's see how well you do. All they're good at is yelling fire in a movie theater. That's what they do. And that's the information that they give us. The information they give us is that we need you to panic. And I'll just talk about Etsy for a second. Andrew Left said that they are the clearinghouse for counterfeit goods. He couldn't tell the difference between a real Super Bowl ticket and a fake Super Bowl ticket. All of a sudden, he's an expert on Etsy and a counterfeit T-shirt. Are you kidding me? That story's a complete plant. That company couldn't figure out who the hell's selling a counterfeit goods. But Andrew Left it from Beverly Hills. He figured it out. His friends were getting smoked. The stock went from 80 to 130, and he needed to knock it down. And he took the sale out of it with that stupid story. So if Etsy is the clearinghouse for counterfeit goods, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Bank of America, you name it, are the clearinghouse for counterfeit shares. They should all get the same treatment that Etsy got. They're selling and clearing counterfeit shares all day long, and they take our money and give it to offshore terrorists who are using our money to kill us. Think about that. There you go. That's the game.
Did this gentleman believes that the whales ran up GTII and cashed out? Do you have any comment on that?
I think that is the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life.
The most.
Yes, that is totally ridiculous. You're totally off base on that.
I can give you one further asinine comment. If nothing happens, I'm in this already 2 weeks. Then what?
You got to move on. Go find another stock that can go good. Listen, if you're looking to trade and make a money and become and catch the chance of a lifetime, okay, which I believe that I've been doing this for 5 years in one and 3 years in the other. If you don't think that we know what we're talking about, then you must move along. Because if you think I can squeeze this stock in one day because you need to make it and go buy a new car on next Friday, I can't help you. If you want to go trade Tesla and NVIDIA. They go up and down 10 points a day. Knock yourself out.
I might have.
All right, but this is a game that when it does happen and it's checkmate, you're going to see something that you can't believe that you ever invested in, and it's a GameStop Volkswagen combination. Okay, and that's what I believe is happening here. And the reason it's happening for the 500th time is fraud. The guys are selling counterfeit shares, blatantly selling it, desperately trying to get you to panic and sell. That's what I see.
The puts and calls are not in balance on Finger, and one guy keeps bringing up
30,000 to nothing. Yeah, I know.
Is it any comment on that? Any conclusion?
I think that this stock is the options that are in the front month. Okay, so for those who don't understand it, when we started buying it on the last run here, it was below 2. The $2 calls, the $3 calls, the $4 calls, the $5 calls, and I'll stop there, all went up from pennies to dollars. And I think I told people 1,000 times, hey, move your deep in the money calls, 2, 3, 4s, and 5s, and move to the cheap calls. You sell them at $5, and you go back and you buy a cheap call at 30 cents, 40 cents, and 50 cents, and you never have to worry about it again. You have money off the table, and you're still invested, and you're still long. Okay, a lot of the 11 calls, I think, were purchased with people that did that exact trade, and they had over 4,000 11 calls were purchased with FU money that they made using the other money. That is the ultimate in an option trade. Okay, people say, well, option trades always lose. Not if you listen to that blueprint for trading options, because then you would sit there and say, I made $4. I lost 75 cents. I'm plus 3 1/4 on this last trade. Or I'm up $2, or up $1, or I'm breaking even. But you didn't lose if you did that. Okay? I can't tell you when these guys are going to start attacking. Obviously, you can see it. Okay? Stocks don't drop 70 cents quick, go up millions of shares, go down on 50,000 shares quick. All they're trying to do is change the level, look for stop loss orders, and if they take you out, that means you got ripped off by the shorts. That's just, I can't stop that. That's what they do.
One guy points out that the Asians specifically might not be in yet if they're coming, because smart money comes in last. They come after it starts to rally. I don't know. Is that your... I don't know how you can even add to that.
I think the people that we spoke to are accumulators. They do it on their terms. Hey, listen, if you buy 5 million shares at 5, or 5 million shares at 7, that's $10 million more money. 5 million shares, $2 is $10 million. Their job is to accumulate as much as possible and then move it higher. That's how accumulation works. They're not going to buy 50,000 shares and drive it up 50 points so that they can make 50 times 50. That's not their game. That's not how big players work.
This
go
question
back and look
is...
at GameStop.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The GameStop changed, all the data changed on me, but again, when it was 3 5/8, 3 3/4, 3 7/8 back when in February of 2020, the stock was lifted up, they knock it back down. Lifted up, they knock it back down. No one believed it, went back down. So it had the same moments of doubt. They always have that moment of doubt. And trust me, I bailed out of 100 stocks in my day because I had a moment of doubt. I always tell the story. Me and my older brother were running a big fund, and we were long United Airline back in the day. Used to be called Allegis, for those who are old enough. The stock was $95. I think we were supposed to be an ARC firm, a risk arm desk, and we were supposed to be hedged, but we were long 5,000 calls or some ridiculous number like that. Straight long, which is against what we're supposed to be doing. But we believed that we were hearing something good about it. We waited a month and a half, nothing happened, back and forth on the options. I think we wound up flipping them, making them maybe 150 grand, something like that. On a lot of options means we were trading for pennies, nothing was going on. We bailed out. I went to London. My brother bailed out on a Friday. I wasn't around. He just said, I had enough. Nothing's happening. 2 days later, it went from 95 and 96 to $325. I think that was in 2007. I think it was 2008. I think that was part of maybe earlier than that. Excuse me, that was way earlier than that. I'm sorry. It was 1997. And that's what caused the crash. Marvin Davis made a $325 bid for United Airlines. The stock was trading at 3.25. My older brother, who was in a panic that we missed the whole stupid trade by a week or two, went out and bought the $325 calls. A week later, Marvin Davis canceled his bid. The stock crashed. The market crashed. And instead of making money, we wound up losing like $200,000 or $300,000. So there's an example of a professional traders getting our asses reamed, and we got caught both ways. We missed it on the way up. We bought the top and lost and went down. All right, because we didn't have the patience to sit here and wait. That's what it sounds like people are having here. Again, we know you're not doctors because you don't have any patience. That's the old joke on the street. But again, it's tough to sit and wait. But when you believe in what you have and you can see it, I don't need hearsay. I know the short and finger. I see the data. I see the company growing. I see the company's fundamentals are there. The company doesn't need any money. They trapped the devil, Lynn Partners, and now I have to sit and wait it out. All right? We're doing everything, and I'll use it in my roughest term ever. We're doing everything possible to force this shit to come out. Everything. We're giving it laxatives, you name it, we're making it happen. Everything. Okay? And this is what we're trying to do. I'm not trying to do it from 2 years from now. I'm sick of it more than you are. We want to get the FBI, the DOJ, the SEC, everyone to address this situation. And either we're wrong or they're wrong. But let's go. I'm ready to roll the dice and flip the coin, whatever you want to say. I'm willing to say, I know we're right. Now do your part. And that's what we're doing. And we're going to catch these guys. They could sit there and play all the games they want. The sell tickets go back. The money goes back. Lynn is not doing this for fun. All right? They're not taking this shit from us for fun. They know they're trapped. They're trying to figure out whoever's doing the short selling for them. They made a mistake. So I'm sure the money has trailed back to them already. Okay, like the Kramers, they're not shorting stock someplace for free. They can sit there and say, oh, we closed out, we ran away, we stole the money. The paper trail is going to go back to them, going back 3 years. Okay? It's not going away. They think it goes away. It's not going to go away. Don't look at all the lawsuits the SEC files every day. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, they get you. We're not going away.
I'm going to read this question right as it's said because it makes no sense to me. Why would Lind lend money out at 0% right now if you think they might be getting margin called soon and need to walk away filing Chapter 7? This would make that debt go to someone else. I can't make sense out of that question, so maybe you can.
Lynn lends out money. They sign a piece of paper that they won't short your stock. That's number one. The CEOs say, oh my God, we got funding, we're alive, give me the money. Lynn signs the paper, they slip the paper under the door to the office next door, and they tell them, start shorting the stock, we gotta get our money back. Lynn's deal is they get a discount of a 10-day average when they can convert. It's all in their favor. And all of a sudden, the stocks start going to the lows. And they destroy the companies. That's all they care about. That's it. If you can sell, if you lend someone $1 million and the stock's $1, they get 1 billion shares of stock. If the stock goes to 0.0001 penny, tenth of a penny, they get a bazillion shares of stock. So anywhere between $1 and then 0.00 number, they'll sell all the shares in the world because they know they can buy it back at that low number. That's the worst case scenario for them. The best case is they sell all those shares and the company files for bankruptcy because the CEO can never raise another penny again, and then they buy it and they don't do anything and they kill it because they don't pay any taxes and so on. That's the game plan. It's not hard. You can do it. Lend the company money. They knock on your door. The first thing Lynn Partners says to you, "Hey, William, you got a company?" "Yes." "How many shares does your stock trade a day?" "Oh, we got 500,000 shares in volume a day." Lynn Partners is sitting there telling the people, the girls, "Hey, stamp the paper, give them a check, hurry up." As you're in the office, they're selling the stock. By the time you walk out with your first $1 million, they already sold $2 million worth of your stock. And then when you need your another $1 million, no problem, we'll sell another 1 million shares. They put out the press releases hoping the shareholders see, "Oh my God, the company raised money. It's a wonderful event." Yet all their stocks go down. ID raised $7 million. The stock is down 5 cents, whatever it's down.
I
Okay?
think they
Wonderful
start
event.
selling as soon as you call them. They start selling because
As soon as someone
they know you
introduces-
need money.
That's exactly it. That's it. They know you're coming to them. And they start immediately.
Can finger go up this week?
My gut feeling, I believe it's going to run.
If
Okay, but I can't stop the manipulation. We've tried everything possible to get the regulators to spend. I still believe that the regulators are good people. I don't think they're that stupid. Anyone who takes that job is looking to do something good for society. Okay? They're not just taking the job because they think they're going to go from there to Goldman Sachs. All right? 2 out of 1,000 people go to Goldman Sachs. That's all the numbers are. It's harder to get into Goldman Sachs as a half-assed regulator than get into the MBA. So that's how hard it is. So I do believe it's going to go. They could sit here selling, like they just, as we speak, they offer 300 shares and 200 shares and 100 shares. It's the same patterns. It's never-ending selling. That's all you're seeing. And it's not selling. They're selling enough to try to stop the upside pressure. They're not selling 10 million shares. If they're so right, why aren't they driving it down to 50 cents, right? They can't. Okay, the system is broken, but it's not broken enough that they can hide that many shares. All right? So I believe that the eyes of the regulators, enforcement, are all over these names. That's why I truly believe that. I think that West Christian is putting enough pressure on the brokerage firms themselves. So we're getting it on both sides. Alpine is the prime. We knocked out the Kramers and their prime broker, Alpine. Think about that. 2 of them. Who knocks out a prime? Jeffries is the next prime to go. I only pray that finger motion goes because I want to load up on puts on Jeffries. Once finger goes past 20, I'm going to buy the shit out of Jeffries puts. Did you hear what I said to everybody? When it goes. It's not time yet. I know some gentlemen bought the 20s at a nickel. Okay, but it's not time yet. Jeffries is being rewarded by an upgrade by Morgan Stanley. That's great. Everything's great. When the money gets blown out, trust me, that all will turn negative on them. And everyone knows. You know Jeffries is the prime for Lynn Partners. Finger motion goes, Lynn's going to lose billions of dollars, and that will drag down Jeffries. There's your pattern. And it's not time yet.
If this stock closes below or manages to get under 529, is Tom Ronk's estimate of a buy-in over 3 weeks still good?
Yes. Nothing changes. I believe it'll close over. They keep trying to offer 400. Obviously, right in here, they don't want it to go up. Remember, real shorts want the stock to go higher. Naked shorts want it to hold down. So they give you the opportunity to always buy cheaper stock. And that's the same pattern in GTII. And last time it went from 60 cents to 9. Finger went from 60 cents to 10. And these companies are being manipulated, and these guys have overstayed their welcome. And I do believe the federal agencies are going to get them.
Do you know the ADF exchange? ADF exchange?
What is the ADF?
I've never heard of it, but this gentleman is saying the alternative trade display, which is owned by FINRA and JP Morgan.
Oh, yeah, go there.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it, so I guess I have to.
The only way to do it is to leave the country. I tried to work on it. I can't get the license. Okay, I don't know if I'm being blocked, but again, the way to do it, get away from it. You got to get away from short selling, no stock loan, none of that nonsense. That's all the criminal activity. The stock loan department on Wall Street, there's no regulation. There's no one regulates it. It's the Wild West. They make up their own rules there. Okay? That's where 90% of the fund exists. You can call them up, William. I want to sell some finger today short. Go ahead. We got your back. That's stock loan. Hey, you got to pay us. Okay, we'll pay you. But, here's 1 million shares. Do what you got to do. That's stock loan. There you go. That's the backbone of Wall Street. Unregulated. And if anyone has a question about that, go to Johnny Tobacco, who's involved with VOCL, and ask him. He was a stock loan guy. Just ask Johnny Tobacco. Say, John, you worked on Wall Street, stock loan. How about giving us the names of your friends that you feel that are criminals that are doing that? Give us the names so we can report them to the FBI. Johnny Tobacco, great guy, will never give up the names of his friends because guess what? They'll eventually kill him. He can't do that. He knows who's good or bad. Ask him. He's been on the street a long time.
Did you give out a short number on Eastman Kodak? Somebody here is saying you did.
I have it. I'm not allowed to post it, but it's huge. It's very big.
And how do you spell huge?
500 million to 1 billion shares.
Oh, I thought you did it with a UGE. Anyway, what?
I don't want to give you the exact number because they asked me not to post it. It's a full-fledged report that we sent to regulators.
What? Do you have any update on the water deal with GTII?
I'm not involved with the gas by Busy Brands. He's the guy who brought that deal.
Is it better to buy? And you can. This is a general question. This is specific, but you can just talk about it a little bit. Is it better to buy the July 7 calls or the July 14s, which are really cheap?
They're both almost garbage already. So that's how we call it. I'm not saying garbage. I'm using it as a term that we look on Wall Street. That a cheap option is a cheap option. Listen, you're playing for a roll of the dice. It's like at a roulette table right now. All right. So buying a cheap call, the 8 calls at 15 cents or the 9 calls at a dime. You can buy 100 calls. For $10 a piece. So you can buy, like 50, 500, 30 of them, 300. You can buy 10, $100. And you're in the game. That means you own 1,000 shares or whatever strike it is. Let's say it's the 9s. That means your break even is 9.10. All right? This is you're playing for the roulette game. That's what it is. Playing options, it's based on timing. That's all that is.
I'm not sure this guy made the question, but he said or asked, is the only way out up?
That's it.
Okay.
There is no way. The companies are not. Both companies are cleaned up. There's no toxic debt. They're paid off. They're on an island, the short sellers. They've tried everything. They called the companies. Everybody wants to give them money. You name it. The companies are building, and Finger Motion is building like a monster, okay, has money in the bank, the business is taking off, great partnerships, and still gets attacked. That just shows you that the settlement system is broken. Is that it?
No, there's more. I'm just reacting. This person that wants an update on the water deal doesn't know who the hell Busy Brands is. I don't want to lose my temper, but there is no update on the water deal, okay?
That's the public companies. I can't, someone recommended it. Busy Brands, who's on Twitter, recommended the company. He had a friend that had a company, a water deal. He sent it to GTII, and that's nothing to do with me.
They're not going to discuss, Aerial Tour, the details of negotiations out in public for you or for anyone to hear until they have a news release. So just, if you can't deal with it, I'm sorry. Just you've given capital letters on that question over and over and over again. There's so many other questions here. I'm sorry I didn't get to your question soon enough.
It's inside information.
It's all inside information. Can Lind Partners use crypto as collateral? I don't know. Did you know? I didn't know this. Lind Partners quote unquote funded another company for $4 million yesterday.
I got ID $7 million. ID symbol Indian David.
Well, when they say funded, they're not putting $7 million right up front, are they?
Oh no, they gave him a deposit, like you said. We're gonna give you. It's like the guy from the Popeye. Was he borrow a hamburger? Wimpy? Was that his name?
Wimpy. I'll gladly give you. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Like that, right? Yeah. I mean, that's what they do. They basically
By the way, Busy Brands is on Twitter. If you go to @HamShortKiller, or if you ever sign up for a space call, Busy Brands runs them. If you want follow up on the water deal, it's Busy Brands on Twitter.
On Twitter. That's it.
Okay. So
he knows the guy. I don't know the guy. That's it.
So if the stock closes at 5 or above by Friday, could that cause a gamma squeeze?
Yeah, I believe that everything is aligned for a gamma squeeze right now. Why? We got the company, great fundamentals. We have the company. Again, the options, the volume is huge. We got 30,000 calls, okay, that have open interest on those things. So you have all these things. I believe we have the regulators. We have the company's fundamentals. We have the company, the insiders with that girl Ling Lee, or I forgot her name.
Lee, who
is the ownership of this company is exactly what happened in Volkswagen. That's why I said that. Go read her filing. It's right there. It's on the tape. You can see it yourself. So this company is owned. It's the whole float. The whole company's owned by a few people. That is exactly the same thing that happened with Volkswagen and Porsche, and that's created the Volkswagen short squeeze. Again, there's always this moment of doubt. The stock was 7. We're all standing here ready to go. And just like I've always said before, I never know when they're going to attack. There you go, get the attack. Some people trade the stock, and all of a sudden we tumble down here. There's people accumulating the stock. A gentleman called me yesterday. He bought 80,000 yesterday. Okay, people are buying. This is real money people that are telling me that they're buying them. Okay, I've spoken to big shareholders that bought thousands of calls. Okay, they understand that gamma squeeze. All right, if this thing clicks at any moment, your gamma squeeze is on, because the 30,000 calls is equivalent to 3 million more shares. On top of the 158, you're at 161. Then you got the 1 million shares from the real short. You had 162 million. If we're completely wrong, you got 80 million shares to cover. If I'm crazy, you got 40 million. If it's 20 million, your stock is going to be $50. That's breaking it down to 20 million shares. We watched them short 10 million in 2 weeks. So you tell me what you think can happen here. The numbers that I always posted. A friend of mine who passed away told me, he said, listen, Data, people lie, data never lies. And there you go. Data just doesn't lie. It's right there. People go, how do you know they're not covering? Well, if they're short 100 million shares, we traded 1 million today. That means they got 199 million more to go, right?
Someone commented and asked, they commented, there's not enough volume in Finger for Lynn to cover. Are they hoping for a miracle?
There's not enough volume in any of these names to cover. The trick is that the shareholders in GTII are super educated. The people in Finger Motion, I told you 93% of the people are super educated. There's still that 7% that we don't know. I don't know the people. But everyone in GTII for 3 years solid understands the naked short, because that has been nothing but naked shorted to death. Finger Motions jumped into the fray only because of the updated numbers, the benchmark given at a target of 5 with the stock at 2. That started the ball rolling, and now we're here, and now everybody's up to date on what's happening there.
There's a gentleman that just wants to be certain. Do we know Lynn Partners is the short? Are they the ones responsible for the shorting in Finger?
How about if I told you Lynn Partners has their attorneys calling up the other attorneys crying about a short squeeze? What does that tell you? You want more?
Well, it's good enough for me. Anyway,
Lynn Partners is so positive on the companies. What do they worry about a short squeeze for, right?
Well, there you go.
Call them up, ask them, what are you so nervous about a short squeeze for? What's your problem, Lynn?
Is there a limit daily to how many shares can be shorted?
They're not shorting, they're counterfeit. I wish there was a limit. They can't borrow the shares. They don't borrow the shares. They're just selling it using the market maker exception. That's all they're doing. Everything they're doing is completely illegal.
Busy Brands wrote, I must have spit my coffee out. William just promoted the shit out of Busy Brands. At Aerial Tour, I'm not in the loop. Sorry, no updates. And Aerial Tour, I'm sorry, but there's so I obviously overreacted, so I humbly apologize. Will Eastman Kodak squeeze?
Yes. When I post the data up and I'm allowed to do it, everyone will sit there and say, oh my goodness. That's how big that mess is.
There was 10,000 to buy, which went off at 519, and it didn't even move the stock. Do you think that was a case of washing?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm getting to the really interesting questions.
Listen, these guys, when there's 10,000 to buy, okay, the first thing they do is they move backwards to get you to pay a little bit higher, right? They don't just knock the bids out in a second. There's not 10,000 for sale in 1 second. 10,000 for sale, okay, they need to, if it is, 10,000 to buy, they have to take a step back, see what it's about, and then they hit it, right? Then they hit it. Then they hit it. That's how they determine that. When you see it cross in a second, that means that that's a prearranged trade between each other. That's all that means.
It's raining in Brooklyn, so you don't have to play KYP
I
in
know.
pickleball.
Thanks a lot. It reminded me. Thank you.
And somebody asked, have you ever done an earn in pickleball?
Have I ever earned in pickleball?
No, it's ERNE. I have no idea what it is. ERNE. Have you ever?
I don't know what that means.
See?
I played professional racquetball and squash for money for many years. And the most I ever won was $5,000 in a tournament.
Do you think this sell-off today, which I'm going to make a comment, it's now it's now 2:48. We've been on almost 50 minutes, and the entire volume in the stock is less than 50,000 shares in that time. Do you think the trade today, the downward move, do you think it was a desperate attempt by the shorts?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, the short sellers are doing everything to try to hold the stock down, right?
Right.
They're not selling low.
You're fading out. You're fading out.
Oh, hold on one second. I just got in my car. I had to move. Hold on a second.
I was
Give me
afraid
1
you
second.
were in the restroom.
Hold on 1 second.
Relax,
The
everybody.
downward attacks. Can you hear me now?
Not yet. I'm sure once you close the door and fire up, we'll hear you. You sound like you're in the trunk.
I'm in the trunk, yes. The quick attacks by the short sellers are signs of desperation. They're
It
not
does.
looking to sell stock lower. Can you hear me?
You're I don't know what you are. You're on Mars.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. So basically, when the shorts attack quickly, that is the sign of desperation. When they move back and let the stocks go up, okay, that is a sign that they're under attack and they're moving backwards slowly. All right. When the buying stops, they attack it down quickly. Those are the classic signs of a short trying to hold it down. A real short, I told you, would let the stocks continue to move higher because they would make more money when the stocks go higher.
It's a similar question already been asked. If a lot of people bought the $4 calls, could that cause a gamma squeeze?
Yes, we can buy thousands of the $6 calls can create a gamma squeeze. Remember, when you sell the calls, they wind up becoming naked. They're short the options. Do you understand that? That's what happens. If the stock goes over, let's say the $6 calls are 40 cents or 30 cents, I forgot what they are, 40 cents. At $6.40, once it goes above that, these guys are straight short. They have no protection. So they have to stop buying the stock. So when you buy the calls, these guys will buy the stock. If they're not buying the stock, that means they're shorting it and with no protection.
An earn is a volley where you hit the ball from out of bounds.
I hit the ball from out of bounds.
And
I hit the ball behind the baseline, okay, and I nail people in the chest from behind the baseline when they're standing at the kitchen line. So whatever that distance is, just think about how fast I'm hitting it from behind the baseline on a shot that I can drill you in the chest before you move your paddle. Do you understand that one?
Oh, Golf
And I can
Pro
do it-
Ernie
and I can do
Els.
it-
I see. It's a play. I don't know.
I can hit it forehand and backhand from the behind the baseline and nail people in the chest standing there.
So this guy should go to sit in the back of the class. He says, so is Ham going to move on to badminton as he gets older?
That's a tough game. I tried it. That's an Asian game. I'm not there yet.
What is keeping Lynn Partners alive?
I don't know. An iron lung machine. I don't know. They definitely 100% have to be in a panic. Whatever they have, the short and the LLC. Again, Lynn Partners is not shorting finger motion. The person next door is doing it. Wherever their trading desk is, they're hiding it. Lynn Partners signs documents that they will not short the stocks. So it's like the Kramers and GTII. They sit there, they sign these documents, and they have an LLC that they hide the short positions in. That is arm's length away. So if the feds break down the door, they're going to put their hands up and say, we didn't short the stocks. We believe in the company. So what the feds need to do is follow the sell tickets to that LLC, and then eventually the money will go from that LLC, make its way back into Lynn. Because Lynn is not doing this for free.
I'm going to ask a question, and it's not negative, although you might interpret it as negative. But the last couple of days, Thursday, Friday today, Monday today, they've kind of walked the stock down. And I'm asking this: do you think they could walk it down tomorrow? And does it really matter, even if they get it lower?
It doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter. Companies' fundamentals are worth a lot more. The only thing that's concerning anybody here, and 90% of the questions are about options. Okay? The company fundamentals are too strong. They can't slow it down. The company is going to continue to go higher. The problem is we're looking at these options, and everybody wants it to happen when you own your options. I'm 100% on the same page with you.
That's not what the Seeking Alpha article said.
The Seeking Alpha article has them lost, losing their business, and they can't do anything right.
Can shorting like this go on indefinitely?
Yes, but not when you fight back. No, and that's why I tell you, if you're in a stock and they're not fighting back, you might as well just give it up. Because look what they did to MULN. Look what they did to CELU. Look what they did to Root. All these companies. Look at GNS. He had them dead. The stock was up to 9. He had them dead. And what happens? He winds up settling with them, and it changed the whole game.
Let me follow on with that a little bit. Are you seeing short squeezes happening in the market?
Every day there's short squeezes in the marketplace.
So why not us, right?
Well, again, the reason why not us is because we have one crook, not multiple crooks. We have one crook that is upside down and trapped with no debenture. And that's why I continue, and I will say, this is the greatest short squeeze ever because of that. That's the number one reason, is security fraud.
This gentleman is persistent. What will stop them? My answer, price. When they start losing money, they will cover. That's my answer.
Well, your answer which is correct. All right, we're fighting this fight in the street. If you wanted to fight legally, you would sit there, file a lawsuit, your stock would be 5 cents, and no one would care. Right?
Right.
This is a battle in the street. We're taking it to them, and you know what? You sit there and say, "Well, will price hurt them?" When the stock got to 7, how fast were they attacking it down?
Yeah.
When the stock 2 weeks ago, the stock got to 450. How fast did they knock it down to 250? Obviously, price is a big problem for these characters. And you can just look at it. If you think Lynn is going to win, or do you think the Kramers and GTI are going to win, call them up and invest on the short side. They'll take your money. Give them your money.
This
Take your
question,
money, go invest with the short sellers.
This question, I think you've already answered, but it might be a new person. Are the 721 options done?
It's not open until Friday at 4 o'clock.
It's not over till it's over.
But
It's not over till the fat lady sings.
I gave you an example yesterday. I don't know how many USX calls. I can't remember the number. The stock was 28.50. I bought it with 3 weeks to go. And with 10 minutes to go, an option expiration, I was getting wiped out. Carl Icahn came in and bought 30 million shares of stock. It took maybe more, 50 million, I can't remember. And he took it to $33 between 10 to 4 and 4 o'clock. And I sold my options at $3, and I made a ton of money. And I was on death row. They would just give me a cigarette, my last meal.
Wow, I don't know if this is true, but this guy's usually pretty good. He says gamma squeeze usually adds 110% to gains. Finger at 950 times 110 is $20.
Well,
Interesting.
I agree with him 1,000%. Again, Once they take their foot off the landmine, that's when it explodes. That's what Pat Burns said. We posted it. Ned Starks put it up there. He showed it. Step off the landmine, they blow up. Take away the sell button, and they're dead. We called the regulators. Listen, how much noise, what other public company do you have that's trading, that's making more noise than GTI and FNGR? Besides MMTLP, which is not trading.
You've said before that GTII is the best setup you've seen. Is Finger in the same boat?
His Finger has grown into a major play. I thought these guys would fold on these attacks, but they pressed their bets. So they actually making this, each day that goes on that we're trading 1 million shares a day. This story gets better and better every day.
How is the distribution of restricted shares by GTII going to hurt the shorts?
It's restricted. It doesn't mean anything to me.
You know, they distributed the restricted shares. Was that the...
Okay. I'm thinking about the dividend, right?
Right.
Okay, so the dividend, the brokerage firms are now going to create an unregistered offering of a restricted share in everybody's account. MMTLP was a special dividend, right?
Right.
Did that turn into a mess?
Yes.
And that's what I expect here.
Do you think putting the truck in their face caused them to try to punish the stock?
Yes, the SEC went out there and said, sell it short, hurry up, everybody. No. I think the short sellers were trying to, every day the company had news revenue, the stock went down, right? Went to 660, and they closed it down on the day. Yesterday we had the truck, another positive thing. What did they do? They sell it down. Don't let the longs on Williams' call get any positive feeling. That's the message. They're like Tokyo Rose. They're spreading misinformation. You're going to lose, G. You can't win. The Japanese are going to win the war. That's what they're saying.
What happens if there's trading halts? What happens to options trading?
They stop trading and everything if there's a halt.
All right. And
they're not going to. Wait, listen. People talk about these trading halts. The trading halts are built into the system. When the stock goes up a certain percentage, they halt it. Everyone catches their breath, and then it proceeds again. If someone's short and going bust, they can have 1,000 trading halts. It's still going higher.
I noticed the volume is 1,116,000. So we've now traded almost 70,000 shares in the last 45 minutes.
Right.
No, it's more than that. We came on at 2. So it's an hour and a half, an hour and 15 minutes, and we've traded less than 70,000 shares.
If they weren't playing the game, the volume would be, and it'd be just drifting up. So today's attacks and the naked short number will probably know what this.
Just because I'm feeling a little guilty for losing my cool, is there anything in GTII that's a catalyst? And do you think the water deal is such a catalyst?
I think there's things in the motion that will make it a catalyst, and I think that when Finger Motion runs, GTI will follow. When Wolf runs, there's plenty of selling there to bring in money to GTII. I posted it. People were selling Wolf and buying GTI. Every day they sold Wolf. What GTI do? Went to 134, 137. The next day spiked to 123. The shorts beat it down. When they're not selling Wolf, you can see that the buying's dried up, and that's when they try to mark it down. But the guys who are selling Wolf are looking at it saying, okay, I'm selling Wolf at 350 to 4. I was paying 140. I was willing to pay 140, 150 for GTI. And these guys are trying to sell it to me below $1. That just gives them more shares.
Is Finger being traded in the dark pool?
Yes.
It is? Is that something to worry about?
No.
Um,
Our problem is stock settlement and margin.
do you think Lynn Partners and the SEC are negotiating with each other now?
There's no negotiation. What's the negotiation? Your Lynn Partners, what are you doing? Calling the cops? Hey, how you doing, everybody? We just making sure that 150 billion shares illegally. We created a situation that could actually put a hole in the financial system. We could put Jeffries out of business. We just wanted to give you a heads up. What are you, crazy?
Does the volume from the dark pool ever have to be disclosed in the lit market?
We get it, and that's what Tom Ronk gets it to you in the morning. That's why I post it to you.
All right, that's a good answer.
Every day that Tom Ronk's data includes the dark pools.
I had a question here. Can the options, can they halt trading on Friday so we can't get out of our options?
No, they have to do a closing rotation. I mean, they have to open the stock up and give people an opportunity.
Do you think GTII is still trying to list on Upstream?
I think GTII, with the deals they have in place, could list on the NASDAQ.
These are a lot of...
Shoot him. I'm just driving. Go ahead.
Busy is pointing out that I went from white to red in 10 seconds when I got upset. So
listen, you better have some thick skin to play in this game. Everybody on this phone. This is security fraud. They're robbing you in every stock you're investing in. Okay, when you buy a stock, there's someone on the other side. A long seller can only sell the stock one time. When you sell your stock, you're done, you're gone, you don't count anymore. So the only people that can keep selling are the fraudulent shorts. All right? Real shorts do not, they back away. When they see the buying pressure, real shorts move backwards. Naked shorts, counterfeits, just keep flooding and filling anything that comes in because they want to make sales. And then when you're done buying, they know the retail buyer runs out of money. That's what their game is. As soon as you don't have a bid there, they start marking it down. It's the same pattern all the time.
do you think MMTLP will have a settlement by the end of the year?
Yes. I hope. Listen, there's no way they're going to settle that and they're going to seal it like it's toxic waste. They don't want anybody. You think Credit Suisse is hiding it? Wait till they settle that thing up. They'll never tell anybody what they did there.
Do you still think it's possible, or do you believe that Finger will squeeze in the next 2 weeks or so?
I think it can go at any second. That's my belief.
And how long will that potential last?
I can tell you when a stock starts to squeeze. I can tell you by the trading pattern what's going to happen. If other short sellers come in, that means it'll last longer. Like, for example, if the stock runs to 10 and we run into a bunch of new people shorting it, which we'll be able to tell, that means that we go from one short seller, maybe we get 4 new guys on top of it. Do you understand?
Right.
And that means that it'll go longer.
But the stock will be up while that's happening.
Oh yeah, no. Listen, the stock will be traveling, at a fast pace. But for example, let's say it goes to 10, and all of a sudden there's 3 million shares shorted by these new hedge funds around the globe. Whether it's Paris or this place. The next day it gaps to 15. That 3 million shares is trying to cover. And there's a new group selling 5 billion shares at 15. So they run into each other. The first group shorted at 10. They're buying back their 3 million at 15. And then you got the prime broker trying to cover. So you get these two big buyers running into one. Now the guys that are shorted 15, the 5 million shares, they turn around and they have to start covering. And that brings in new guys at 20. And that's what made GameStop go to $550. What I just described to you.
Right.
New shorts were coming in every day. Everybody wanted a piece of shorting that stock. Oh, it says 40. It's going back to 3. It's at 100. It's going back. And every day those people were panicking and covering.
By the way, is Martin Shen going live today?
I believe that he's doing an interview. Someone sent me, I can't remember the name of the thing it was. Hold on. A shareholder told me. Give me 1 second. It's called WallStreetAnalyzer.com. WallStreetAnalyzer.com. Yes. I heard that he did an interview and it's going to be live, and he's going to address that fake Seeking Alpha story.
Do you think the squeeze and finger will be similar to VW's price action?
Yes.
That's pretty big.
I said it 50,000 times. I put it up there. I believe this has the same exact pattern as VW. And the ownership, which was reported by Lee and the other people, that the whole company is owned, and that's something that people didn't expect. And that's what happened in Volkswagen. That's what began the catalyst of the panic. And I think that the shorts in finger motion are too stupid to realize this, that the company is basically controlled by a few, and they're basically falling into what we sometimes call a bear trap, where we take advantage of stupid shorts and they sell it trying to hold it down and don't realize that they're being trapped. It's called a bear trap.
This person, I don't know. I think he means well. He says VW only went up 4 times. Come on, 4x? Come on. VW went to the moon.
Listen, a guy jumped in front of a train. I think he's the 98th richest person in the world, jumped in front of a train. That's all you need to know about VW. You don't have to read about one price, nothing. The guy jumped, he lost $9 billion. And he jumped in front of a train. That's all you need to know. That explains VW.
Where will they get all the money to cover both GTII and Finger? Where does the money come from?
It's going to come from the prime broker. Jeffries is going to take the beating for it. After Jeffries, it goes to the DTC. Lynn, Jeffries, DTC.
Yeah.
Same thing, and that's why the DTC went after in a court document with Alpine, showing them that they had a concentrated short position in GTII, meaning they had a concentrated short position and no money to back it, which puts the DTC at risk. That's why we were nice enough to get that document, because the DTC is now at risk and they know it.
GME went from 77 end of day to 480. Could have easily gone to 1,000s had people exercised their call options. That's from Busy Brands.
Listen, in GameStop he's talking about?
Yeah, GME.
Listen, if you have a stock that goes from 77 to $500 and you're not taking profit, then you need to get a straitjacket and get the hell out. You're locked up. That's all I can tell you. These are once in a lifetime opportunities. I'm doing this a long time. I've been involved in maybe 20 squeezes, and I'll say it. I'll be proud about it. I fucked up 19 of them. What else can I tell you? And everybody does it. Now, but by me effing them up means that I made money, but I left a lot on the table. A
Well,
friend
you're
of mine
never
told
going to
me
get
about,
a trade 100% right. You're never.
that's what I'm just saying that. And listen, you kick yourself in the ass. And that's why in finger motion in GTII, I told my friends all about it because I believe that if you don't tell people, okay, if you don't tell people and you call you up and say, oh, I had this GameStop, I paid $375 for it, I just sold it at $118. If I didn't tell people that I was involved, they would never talk to me again. When they hear something good, I would never get the call back. That is Wall Street. So I told everyone in creation what I believe in GameStop. Their choice was that they blew it or traded it or did what they wanted to, but I made the calls. That's what I did. And that's what I told the people in GTII, based on the proof, the data, the same stuff I used in GameStop is what I use for GTII, and I'm using for finger motion.
Sounds like you did it your way.
No, listen,
I'm teasing.
you can trade stocks from your gut. Like Kodak, if I was trading Kodak, I'd be around it all the time. All right? I believe one day you're going to wake up and the stock is just going to be gone. I think you're going to get a political storm trying to save the city of Rochester. I just don't know when it comes. So I would kind of be around it, but I don't know when. That's a very different company than Finger Motion and GTII, where we have one short seller. And Kodak, there's probably 30, 40, 50 people short the stock.
Do you think when GTI squeezes, when Finger squeezes, they'll go sort of similar in a similar way, or will it be a different pattern?
Just so you understand that GTI and Finger Motion has switched positions. You know, I always thought GTI would go first and Finger would be second, but Finger Motion took off based on the benchmark $5 target. That got it going. Now it turned into a little firefight, and it looks like Finger Motion is going first, and then we'll finish up and torture the people in GTI next.
And you think both will have similar trajectories?
It depends on that. For example, GTII, I expect we're going to run into a lot of interference between $10 and $20.
Right.
I think that's when you'll get people coming out trying to short it. That's the catalyst that takes it to $100 or $300 is that interference between 10 and 20.
Okay. In this Lind Partners project that they're going to destroy, ID, how long do you think they'll take to drive it down to pennies a share?
It'll be a slow. They want to use some of they're going to have the company. I can guarantee the company's going to come out. Oh, we just got a big contract. That'll be the next thing. And it'll trade 5 million shares. It's traded 60,000 when I left. I don't know what it's traded today. I think it was 60,000 when I left. Then all of a sudden you'll see 5 million shares traded 70 cents. And then in 2 weeks, they'll sell into that whole thing. And then it just begins the downward trend. And the people that paid 70 are going to sit there and say, hey, it's 50 now. Maybe I should buy some more. And that's how they slaughter you. That's the trick, to slaughter the investors. You believe your own shit, you step in here and they get you twice.
They're really good at cleansing the market. They come in and
Right.
tell the CEO, we love your business plan, we're going to support you. And then secretly they think the CEO's really corrupt, so they short it down to help us out. Man, they're good people.
And the CEOs, these poor bastards, they bury their families. They tell them they got the money because they got to meet payroll. It's like they're standing with a gun to their head. That's how I can see the CEO standing here. So I have no choice. I have to take the money from these guys. And in that ID, in the press release, I think he said that certain shareholders or insiders purchased with them. So the insiders actually bought stock with the criminals, right?
Right.
And that is a deadly way to slaughter your shareholders, because you're telling them it's safe to come on out, all good, we're here with you.
But they fully disclosed it.
Yeah, they're out there telling everybody, we're invested with this too, we believe in it. Yeah, Lind Partners is using the CEO and his friends to buy stock on the deal, the investment
to
also.
suck people in to buy, drive it up,
people in. You
and,
got it.
and then they destroy the
Give me a
market
year.
cap.
Give me a year. Those insiders that purchased it will be screaming. They slaughtered all their friends. And Lynn Partners, who gave them $7 million, will walk away with $30 million. And everyone's going to say, wait, our stock is 5 cents. How did they walk away with $30 million?
And they're likely not to pay taxes. So I guess this really helps the United States.
Right. That helps everybody out. That's their business model.
I'm so sick of it. I can't believe that they allow it going on.
They should, when they give the money, the SEC should monitor and make sure every share of stock is delivered to see what they're doing. That's what should happen. Lynn Partners invested in here. We want to make sure every share is delivered and there's no one playing games here. And if they do it, they get caught, they go to jail.
They should make them, if you're raising $7 million, put it up front. No tranches.
Yeah, well, they don't. There's tranches because they were looking to sell it to raise you the money.
They're going to sell it,
Lynn
give
Partners,
a discount. It's all.
Lynn Partners is funding your company with the investors. That's what they do.
Frankly,
guys,
companies could do that themselves. They could sell stock at a discount in the market themselves.
Right. That's why you get rid of them. Hey, I just want to give out this Frank DiBenedetto. Frank has been following me for a while, a good guy. And listen, I'm a believer in supporting animals, and he donated to the elephants in Africa, and he posted up the other day. He sponsored a baby boy elephant, and I couldn't stop laughing. He goes, "That's my boy," and he put a picture of it up. But Frank, thank you again. You made my day. You need a little joy in this miserable life on the stock market. Thank you again.
That's great. That's great for that elephant. What do you think the settlement will be in MMTLP? Let me ask it differently. Do you think people are going to get nothing back?
No. I think everyone's going to be made whole. I think that the big money is going to be made in the lawsuit that Wes and John Berger have against this street. I think that's going to be $100 million lawsuit settlement. They'll seal it up. It'll be signed. No one will ever be allowed to speak about it. And I think everybody who invested in the stock will get some sort of number, or you can get your dividend share in the, if you believe the dividend is worth more than, your settlement.
Do you think Kathy Woods is looking at Finger?
I know people that know Kathy Woods. She lives on the west coast of Florida. He talks to her all the time. We've tried, and she understands what we're talking about. That I can tell you. I can't verify if she's going to buy it. I can't tell you that. But she definitely knows about it. She 100% knows about it.
My guess is after it's at 50, she'll be in it. But
I can tell you 100% we have contact, and she knows about it. She worked for my friend at Alliance. My friend at Alliance Capital was her trader when she was at Alliance Capital.
The symbol for Jeffries is JEF. JEF.
Jeffries is as short when Finger starts to rip. Okay, not till then. You got to wait. I'm trying to give you how Wall Street people think. You got to think ahead. If this happens and we're all cheering, oh my God, Finger's going, it's 40, 50. That's when you go over and you bang Jeffries and you get puts on Jeffries because you know they're going to take the beating on it.
Ron Pivo wants to know if you were around for the Piggly Wiggly squeeze, which occurred in 1923.
Yeah, it was the first one. Yeah, now I have. I was reading about that the other day. I just didn't understand it. The guy had all the shares, and they basically they didn't allow the short squeeze. Is what it really happened. That's what I think happened.
So somebody really wants me to point out that
I was around for. I'll give you off the top of my head. Andrea Electronics went from 2 to 100 and something in a couple of days. Taser, I was around. Krispy Kreme. I was around the Herbalife deal. I was around the Overstock short squeeze, the Volkswagen short squeeze. So many of them that I know that I was involved in. I didn't own Volkswagen, but I knew people short it. Obviously, the owner of the Mets got his ass kicked on that. That's how we heard about it. Everybody else, Stevie's getting roasted. That's what we heard.
I think this gentleman's trying to cause people to be alarmed and worried because Finger just traded at 505. But I would point out that while we've been on the phone for almost 2 hours, it's been a little over 100,000 shares traded. This is all manipulation. This is all fraud. It should not be allowed. So if you choose to read this as a real measure of the value of the company, it's your choice. But anyway,
That's how it goes. Listen, I've gotten shaken out of many deals. That's how it goes. But on the deals that I was involved with, it was we always had hearsay. Okay, I heard from Tony. He said this, and Billy said that, and William said this. I don't need to hear anything. It's right there in front of us. I produce the data every day.
right.
We gave you the short seller. In the stocks that we're in, we never even knew who the shorts were. I
Right.
never knew how big the shorts were. We didn't know. We knew they were big. We didn't know how big the short was in Peloton. How big was the short in Beyond Meat? We don't know. Telray, TLRY is another one. We didn't know how big they were. We knew everybody was short, and they were squeezing the shorts. That's all we knew. So
So
when the stock jumped 5 points, we all got out. We didn't know.
this is my question, and it's going to be stupid, I'm sure. But do you think the criminals know the short position, or they know that each
Yeah,
of them are going to come in
they're in
for
a panic. They're marketing it at 505 because they're in a panic.
right?
What's the big deal? Let the stock go higher. They can't let go higher. The pressure's always down. It's like a garbage compactor. Push it down. Hurry up. Push it down more. That's all they're trying to do. It's a head game. This whole thing's a head game. And I know people, I bought 5,000 at 6. I'm down $1.
I thought
That's
it was
how
just
people get.
cleansing, protecting us.
They're all protecting us. It's a head game, and if you're not a professional trader, you have seen this thing before. It's tough to deal with. I got it. We understand it, and that's why when you can buy options and get cheaper options, and say, hey, you know what? I'm only risking what I invested. It's a very different. Don't get me wrong. I hate to lose too, but it's a different feeling than buying 50,000 at 7. Being down 100,000 than buying $10,000 worth of calls and have the same position.
Right.
Listen, all it is.
You call it rolling up or rolling forward or something?
You're rolling up. You go from a deep in the money call. You sell those, and you roll up and get a cheaper call. That's all you're trying to do.
People are asking about Jeffries and calls and puts. I'd like you to talk a little bit about when you buy calls. Do you buy when the stock is running, or you buy ahead of it?
Listen, when the stock's running, you get your premiums expands. Let's say the stock starts running. An option that was offered at 75 cents with the stock running, with the stock still 3 points away, the option could jump to $1.75 offer. Remember, the people that are selling the calls, they don't want to give it away. They're looking for the best deal, and they're looking for the guy that's going to panic and try to buy it. As far as an option seller, okay, they're looking for the guy who's a short, who's going to panic and pay anything for it. Like the housing market, people are buying houses, outbidding each other by the hour, correct?
Right.
That's the same theory in option trading. You can't chase them. You got to find the level, stick to your guns. Because as soon as the stock stops going up, the premium comes out, and an option that goes from 75 cents to $1.75, because the stock ran up 75 cents. The stock ticks down, those options will be offered at $1.50. Stock ticks down to $1.25. Stock ticks down another 25 cents, and the options are back to 75 cents. So you got to be careful in chasing options.
It was interesting when they got this down in a panic earlier in the day. 470. The call premiums didn't move.
Well, they basically the calls for this week are basically it is what it is.
Yeah.
The August calls, they're going to hold up the August calls because they want people to roll into August and saying, "Come on in, people, pay $1 for something that should be 50 cents or 30 cents, right?" But I believe in that you wait until Friday and see what happens, and then you can move into August.
Right.
You
And
can
so,
see, you can see right away. People would tell me I want to buy August when the stock was 7. The stock is 5. All right, so it's tough to judge security fraud. It's tough for me to tell you how to do it because I never know how they're going to attack it.
people are wondering if you would buy the 7 calls this week. I don't know. Personally, I might wait till tomorrow morning, but I don't know.
Again,
You gotta.
the stock will tell you when it's going to go. All right. If you got some FU money, you can buy 10 calls at a dime of the 8s. If it's going, it's not going to 7. It's going to 70.
You could buy. You could buy part now, part tomorrow, part on Thursday.
Yeah, buy 2, buy 1, buy 5, whatever it may be. Just, use the FU money. They're cheap. We're here for a home run swing. Again, how does the SEC go home after seeing the truck outside their door for hours? Okay? William, you said people were taking photos. People are looking at this truck. Again,
Oh yeah.
this is whistleblowing at the highest level. All right? They cannot deny that it's not there. All right? So, again, this is a legal problem for the SEC down the road because if this does come out and we're proven right, what does the SEC say for 3 years? Why didn't you address it? Humada, right? What are they going to say? When the newspapers see the next GameStop is finger motion, say, what is the SEC going to say? Oh, they told us about it, but we decided not to do anything about it for 3 years. Here's video of the truck, the SEC. You know what the egg on their face will be on that? Are you kidding me?
Do you think, or I'll ask the question how it is. How would the DTC be able to cover finger and GTII at the same time?
Listen, the DTC, so people understand, when the stock starts screaming, other short sellers come in. So let's say we get a group of short sellers sell 10 million shares at $15. Who's buying the 10 million shares at $15? The prime broker that's trying to cover, right?
Right.
So all of a sudden, 15 million shares is covered. That's the DTC, for example, covering 15 million shares. They don't care. They pass the buck on to somebody else. You understand? Other shorts come in. They get hurt. So they start spreading it out. Other people start joining the fray.
Right.
You may get another 100 million shares shorted by other hedge funds around the world. Now that becomes GameStop, where it just keeps spinning out of control because we went from one prime broker buying it to now we got 300 people short 100 million shares. And that's what makes these things last and live for a couple of years.
We're now at 508, 1,173,000,000 shares. 1,173,000, sorry.
If you were short anything in this stock, you start to cover a little at a time. That's all. That's what you're supposed to do. But they don't. They press their bets, trying to offer it lower and lower. And that is what makes it better.
But that's the okay kind of manipulation that the SEC approves of. I can't, we've been doing this now for, 5 years, 4 years, 5 years. And what's amazing is there's never any alarm from FINRA or the SEC on this kind of manipulation to the downside.
There's a woman at the NASDAQ named Yvonne Hubler. My friend's been calling her for 20 years. She's the head of NASDAQ short selling. Yvonne Hubler. I'll put her name and number up again. I forgot her assistant. They're a disgrace. The NASDAQ, the head of it all. They don't do anything. They never say anything. Nothing. Like it never existed.
I won't say the name.
But listen, William, I'm going to say this to you.
Yes.
You've been here for a couple of years, right?
And it shows.
Finger motion has squeezed twice and you're at the time here, right? This may be your second or third time, right?
Third, I think. Yep.
GTI squeezed from below 50 cents to 450, back down to 60 or 60 cents, and then to 9. So in 2 years, you could have made enough money if you purchased it correctly and was smart enough, and made enough money to support and make a minimum, if you did it right, of $100,000 each squeeze. So between the 4 squeezes, the 5 squeezes, you could have made yourself $500,000.
I think that's right if I'd had the courage to liquidate, but I'm always been a wimp that way.
But that is, so people say this is not a money earner, that you can't make money here. That is completely false, because there's been a lot of people that have made a lot of money.
Right.
So again, education is the key. Education, worrying about your family is 2. You have to take care of yourself. Okay, don't worry about the next person. Oh, would they make? Don't worry about that. Worry about yourself. But the opportunities are here. Okay, we don't need to worry about a down quarter. We don't have to worry about that. We have the ultimate of a buyer. We have someone that needs to buy back the shares that they sold. That's it.
Yes,
so
but when?
We have a built-in buyer.
When will they buy? When?
They don't tell you. They don't ring the bell. Trust me. We all want to see that bell rung, but you know what? They don't tell you.
We're now at 1,175,000 shares. The stock's 511. Do you think, obviously, someone was manipulating the price and maybe a little bit of selling, but do you think there was some real buying in here today?
100% there's real buying. 100% there's manipulation. Okay, listen. If I own 1 million shares of this stock and I want to sell it, I'm not going to sit here trying to force it lower to get less. Okay? That is manipulation. Real sellers, and I sold for many institutions, from Citibank to Lehman Asset Management. I covered all of them, to Alliance Capital. They pick prices and they stay there. Okay? I told you about the time I bought 35 million shares of Campbell's. I think it was 35 million shares. I can't remember. First Manhattan was the seller. We bought it from them every day until they were done. We thought it was never ending, but when they were done, the stock jumped $7. Okay, that's when they stopped selling, and that's when the stock takes off. We haven't reached that point because the selling is all artificial.
Right.
It's created. Once they stop selling, I expect the same pattern to happen. Wall Street's about patterns, people. It's history. It repeats itself. It's the same thing. It's pretty easy. When they stop selling, the stock's going to lift. That's it. That's all you have to know.
Do you think these criminals in the future, should they require these people to disclose what they sell with failure to deliver, so that it's clear and there's
listen, there's no reason for anybody to have this market maker exemption. Citadel, we don't need them to get. Listen, when I get an idea and I'm the first person that thought about it, I want to be able to buy my stock at $2, sit with it, and as the company grows and the idea becomes better and better and stronger, I want to be rewarded. How could I be the first person in and be underwater? How could that be possible? And the stories are getting better. So the flooding of the market is destroying all the opportunities by first movers.
right.
You're better off being the last mover than the first mover.
When is the China and Finger rollout? When are they going to start business?
I believe they're doing it already.
That's
Watch
right.
the CEO video. I forgot the name of that site, but the Wall Street Analyzer.
It'll be. I'm sure it'll be on their investor
He
relations.
He did a video today. They said, I don't know.
Yeah, and is Finger a better squeeze setup than AMC?
Yes. AMC is the CEO's working against us. All right. He's building his company. Listen, the guy's got movie theaters. He's trying to build a company. he had his opportunity to stand with the investors, all the apes that he had, and he tossed them all to the side. He worried about his own ass. He never stood up for them. The manipulation, he never did anything. So I can't believe in a guy like that. I love going to the movies, but I can't believe in that guy. I do believe in the GameStop guy, that guy Ryan Cohen.
Yeah, but it's a lot of. It depends on how many shares they've.
Well, no, Ryan Cohen will conjure up something to squeeze the shorts. He's that type of guy. He understands it. He did it twice already. What do you make money in Chewy? Then he made money in GameStop, and then he made money in Bed Bath & Beyond. So either the guy's a lunatic who just wants to work all day long, or he's here to press his bet and to make more money in the squeeze of GameStop again.
So I'm just going to ask this guy's, go directly to this guy's question. Are you doing this because you own shares in Finger and GTII, so you're making the stock go up so you can screw everybody?
Yes, that's why I'm doing it.
Okay.
So for the gentleman who just asked that question,
He didn't ask it that way. He wanted to know if you've disclosed your ownership.
why do I have to disclose my ownership?
Exactly. Why?
So let me ask you this question to the gentleman. Who calls the police every day? Did you call the police? Did anybody on this phone call the police? Who calls the police every day? I went and met the FBI. Did anybody here go meet the FBI to report a crime? I report the SEC every day. I'm an open book, okay? I did whatever I can to help everybody here, all right? So what I do is for my family. What you do is for your family. If you don't believe and you think that I'm standing here pumping up a stock, which I happen to be pretty awful at because they don't really go up according to everybody here, right? I'm awful at pumping up a stock, right? If this is a pump and dump, I'm the worst guy in creation. But I go to the police. Go find yourself somebody else who you think is helping the stock and say, hey, come on, let me take you to the police office. Let me take you down to the SEC and tell them the story. All right? See how many people will go with you. I've been there 10 times already. 10.
Yeah.
I've been to Fox, CNBC, FINRA, the DTC, you name it, I've been there. The only thing I haven't done is light myself on fire. That's about it. If you don't believe in me or what we're doing, then move along and go find someone else, because you know what, something, you have a trust issue, and if the problem lies with the naked short sellers, not with the people that are standing here trying to help and teach you. If you don't like what we're saying, hang up, move along. I have no problem. I could give a rat's ass what you think. But we call the police every day. Okay? Go to the police and make the call yourself. You know what? I'll meet you at the SEC. I'll walk in. Let me see how you do. Or you want to go to the FBI or the DOJ? I'll take you there. Let's go.
China is apparently, according to at least one person, having some economic difficulty. But can you describe why you're so positive on Finger's business model?
First of all, you have to go to China to see your economic difficulties. The place is just busting with activity, okay? I see the economic difficulties here. I don't see it there, and I've been there plenty of times. All right, that's number one. Number two, Finger Motion's in the cell phone business. Everybody on this phone, go give up your cell phones. Not one person's going to do it. All right? You'll give up your kids first before you give up your phone. Everyone's attached, hooked. In China, you need your cell phone to exist. There's no more money. Everything's done through your cell phones. So Finger Motion is involved in the direct sale of new cell phones. Finger Motion's in the business of selling data of people with their cell phones. So everything you swipe your phone on, everything you purchase, they can see. And they're selling that information to who? To Munich Re and Pacific Life Re. They can come up with life insurance policies. They can come up with your auto policies. They can tell how fast you go. Because when you pass the cell phone tower, they can ping your phone and see how fast you're going from one place to the other. They can tell you whether you're an Uber driver or a guy that just drives down to the block and drives 1 mile a day versus a guy who drives 5,000 miles a day. That's the difference. They're in that type of business. So it doesn't make a difference what the economy does. No one's giving up their phones because they can't. They need their phones in China. And the U.S. is working towards the same thing, where we always need our phones, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And we need TikTok.
Oh, that's a different story.
I'm just kidding. So one person said that he or she has the perfect solution. They're going to sell the stock and then it'll run up.
Oh my God! Thank God, we need that person. Listen, we need to always have that sacrificial lamb, and you know what? We have plenty of you. Believe me, we all think the same way. I got to get out. I'm the anchor holding it down. We all know that. So please, feel better about yourself. We're all in the same boat. This is manipulation. It's a head game. They're doing everything to try to discredit anything to try to hold the stock down. Every time the company has good news, it's counteracted with what? Selling. No matter what. The company had great revenues. Everything was great. They sell it down on the day that came out. And then yesterday they came out with this Seeking Alpha article right behind it on the day the truck was at the SEC. They needed something for interference to short the stock. That's what they did it for.
Do you think that Finger is trading like this because of us, or do you think we're kind of riding somebody else's?
People on the phone, I think we all got to get over it. That you think that you're controlling the stock buying our 5s, 10s, 2,000 shares, or 100 calls. There's bigger players around here buying the stock.
Right.
I can't move the stock. I'm in. That's it. I can't. I have no money to sit here and go buy 1 million shares and drive it up. That's not me.
So if people lose on their options this week, there's still buying going to happen in Finger.
Nothing has changed.
Yeah.
The only thing that's changing is timing, which is the hardest. Options is about timing. That's the hardest thing. The stock was squeezing. Everything was going. The shorts went out of their way to attack it, to try to discredit everything that's going on. Nobody here has anything to do with that.
Right. And
I tell you before, and I tell you before, again for the gentleman that questioned, go to any law enforcement and go follow the sell tickets. They're not coming back to me or anybody else. Go follow the sell tickets. That's your biggest question. Everyone has this moment of doubt. Follow the sell tickets. If they lead to me, they lead to me. But I'm telling you right now, they don't lead to me.
That's right. They're trying to close it under 5. What do you think 5 is a significant number?
These numbers don't mean anything. They're just trying to play around for options. They're willing to sell it less so that the 30-cent option can go to 0. That's what they're trying to do.
It's $4.99. They closed.
Right.
On 1,257,000 shares. So it was, I don't know, 200,000 shares traded in 2 hours, which normally that'd be a lot, but it doesn't seem like a lot.
Again, the pattern is always sell it down, sell it down, sell it down. I can't stop that.
The aftermarket, it's 520.
I can't, excuse me?
It's 520 in the aftermarket, it looks like.
I'm so nauseous of the aftermarket, free market nonsense. Okay? This is a disgrace. I can't control it. I'm trying to educate you. If you don't want to hear the education, click the phone, go someplace else. I can't stop this. We're trying our best to expose it. We paid, we rented, got the truck, we put it in front. It cost over $2,000 to do that. We did it 10 times already. I don't think anybody here has done as much work as we had trying to expose this for a couple of years now. All right, so it's a different. We're a different crowd than any stock that you're going to find, and we're not going away. So these guys can play all the games they want. We're not going away, and we will press the bet. We will come back at them. That's how we are.
How much do you think? Finger
Okay.
Motion stock is worth in 3 years, 2 years, 1 year?
Based on what I see, okay, I've always felt that this is $100 stock without any short squeeze.
I agree.
The fundamentals are there. The partnerships are there. It's the biggest market in the world. So I'm not concerned about the stock. I'm here worried because people bought options, and we need to make that. We're trying to get that so that albatross doesn't get on your neck and you sit there and you cry about it. We got it. You know, losing in the equity markets is not easy. We all understand it.
I mean, it's interesting. If you had some friends of yours, your family invest, do you think it'd be better to invest in the growth of the U.S. economy or Southeast Asia, China?
China.
I don't
Not
know.
even a question.
I mean,
I wish I could put my money in China.
one thing you should describe again, the Apple Care, but also insurance. The idea that the life insurance, automobile insurance, all of the health insurance, these are not mature markets in China.
Listen, William, I'm not here to defend the fundamentals of the story.
All right.
It's right there. Get off your lazy asses. Watch the videos. Come back and tell me what you think after seeing the CEO. He lays it all out.
Okay.
His company has opportunities that everyone wishes they had. AIZ tried for 20 years to get into Asia. Finger Motion got it done in 2 weeks for them. That's a fact. 2 weeks got them to the highest level. 20 years. That's a $10 billion New York Stock Exchange insurance company. Couldn't get into China. Couldn't open a door. So you tell me how important it is. Apple's there. Starbucks is there. McDonald's there. Everyone's there. Tesla's there. But for Finger Motion, the economies are falling apart. Yeah, right. Go there and see how many people are there. Go see what it's like. Then come back to me. So as far as Finger Motion, its fundamentals are, do your legwork. The CEO's right there. I believe the CEO's putting up a video on that site. I forgot the name of it.
Well, it'll be on their website, fingermotion.com.
Whatever, right. Again, you can find it there. Do your due diligence. Then come back and say, you know what? This company is worth $2 or it's worth $500. Make your own determination. Then you can look at the naked short and say, okay, I believe this thing's worth a lot more than where it is. Who the hell's selling it down every day trying to mark it down a quarter? Who's trying to do that? What does 30 cents mean that you're going to try to knock it down?
Everybody in China and in Southeast Asia works their butt off, and phones are a part of the modern day economy. That's just the way it is.
And that's what it is. But do your legwork on it yourself. You don't need us to tell you. Make your own determination. I just couldn't believe that these guys keep pressing the bet, and it all leads to everything got ugly when Lynn got involved. Everything got ugly when Lynn got involved. Straight down, everything. I remember I bought 1 million shares for my friends. We were buying it. We paid up to $270. They smashed every bid faster than I could put it up there. And they drove the stock down to $1 after we bought it. I've never seen anything like it. Sell it. Every bid, 20,000. Boom, 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 everything. So I've seen it firsthand. So it all leads back to them. No one would sell the stock like that unless they're tied to a debenture. The debenture is gone. Now they're short and exposed. That's it.
And they don't know any other thing to do but so.
They don't know any other way to try to get out. The regulators needs to walk in, pull them by their hair, and drag them all 4 of them out by their hair. That's how that happened.
I think out of frustration more than anything, one guy's saying, "Oh, it looks like we're going to be going sideways for a long time." I don't agree with that, but what do you...
That's his opinion. I don't want to get into... I can't get into the opinions of telling you what to do. You
Okay.
need to have a gut feeling about trading, see the manipulation. They're driving it down to get you to panic. That's it. And people are smart enough to know you buy these dips when they sell it too. That's it.
One person is saying that options are a trap. Luckily, the stock price is so cheap, just buy the stock. You don't have to buy options.
Listen, options are a trap are a great opportunity to leverage up. When we started buying this, it went 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those calls went from 10 cents to dollars. Okay? If you're an option person, you knew how to actually sell some calls that you purchased in that were up from 25 cents to $5 for the twos, for example. Okay? They were north of $5. You could have bought them at 30 cents, sold them at 5, in the black 470, taken 70 cents, bought any stupid call you wanted, and put $4 in your pocket. That is stock market option trading. You could have done that into twos, the threes, the fours, and the fives. Now, for people that did it and actually have a free ride with the cheaper options, which I know many people have, okay, that's life in the big city. If it goes from there, that's like playing roulette, hitting a number with $25 on it, and then you press it to $100. That's what rolling up the options did. If you hit the next one, you get 35 to 1 on $100, right? You went from making $12.50 on $25. Now you're making $3,500, whatever the hell it is, $3,600. That's the difference, and that's what options rolling up means. That's the opportunity. You increase your bet. And that's why people do it. But I cannot stop what you're seeing here. I'm nowhere near a computer. I'm standing in the street, and you guys were telling me they manipulated the stock down from 525 to 499 in an hour and 25 minutes. For what? Who wants to lose another quarter on 100,000 shares? Only Lynn Partners and their friends, whoever their friends are. Again, I don't think it's Lynn Partners. I think they have a trading desk somewhere that's handling this whole thing. The same thing with the Kramers. Those buffoons don't even know what a computer is. I think they're using those plastic computers they had at Sears many years ago.
One guy points out, and I have sympathy for him, he says, hey, I can see the manipulation, but nobody's doing anything about it.
That's great. That's why we had the truck in front of the SEC. We're trying to embarrass them. That's what. Listen, if you tell them if he's got a gun, go get him. Knock yourself out. You can go take care of him for you.
Somebody's asking after your talk, are you on Twitter? Hell yeah. He's Ham at Ham Short Killer, whatever, however you say that, .com. Ham at Ham Short Killer Twitter.
I work 24 hours, 7 days a week, blabbing about the same thing, showing you the proof, the evidence, everything you needed to know about naked short selling. I reported on GameStop. I reported on Bed Bath & Beyond for a short squeeze. I am knowledgeable about it. I have no guarantees that I can make everybody money for it, but I can spot the manipulation. I can spot when a stock is ready to go. Finger motion was ready to go. It got to 7, and we got attacked. What can I say?
Ramiro Garcia is going to buy hot dogs tomorrow.
Listen, I would stand there and eat them all day, and I pray it goes to you guys. Believe me. No one wants it to go more than me. I want to carry out these guys, bury them dead, and move into GTI, finish those characters out, and I'll see you later. I'm done.
What's interesting listening to you is...
Everybody on this call could go fuck themselves, if they say. I don't give a shit.
You really do seem to think it can go at any time, and that's interesting.
That's the most important thing about a short squeeze. They don't tell you when. You sit there and you say, oh my God, it's going. And we all do the same stupid thing. It jumps 5 points. Oh my God, I got to make a sale. Then you turn around and it's up 20. You say, holy shit, what did I do? We all do the same thing because we don't have the knowledge of what the short is about. In GTI and Finger, you have all the information available. You know who the short is, and you know how big it is. Very different.
Somebody's asking, where do you get your energy?
I eat my Wheaties. I don't know. Listen, when you worked on a trading desk, this is the personalities that when you work on a trading desk, everybody was the same as me. If you weren't like this, then you got eaten alive at the end of the desk.
Here's an interesting point. A gentleman's putting up Benchmark, which is who introduced Finger to Lynn Partners. Benchmark arranged a convertible loan to R, and I'm not telling people to trade this, RVYL in 21. The stock was $20 and now it's 30 cents.
Benchmark, Wainwright, I can't remember all his names, Maxim, they all do the same thing. They all do everything with all the money raises are tied. They got these warrants. Look at CELU. Yorkville gave them $6 million. $6 million. They got 19 million shares between options and warrants, whatever. I mean, the stock and the warrants. The stock is dead in the water. The stock, you got to go through 20 million shares at 75 cents. It's impossible. The company came out with all kinds of great news, and now the company's burning through the 6 million. What do you think is going to happen next? The stock's going to be 20 cents. They're going to go back to Yorkville and say, we need more money. Here's another 6. And now Yorkville will get another 30 million shares with stock and warrants again, and the stock will be pennies. Then the CEO, who's going to get kicked off the NASDAQ, okay, because his stock is below $1, will have to reverse the stock. That's the future. That's
which they put in the contract as a default item. If you get kicked off NASDAQ, it's default. Right. So the CEO has no choice but to follow that recommendation of a reverse split.
The CEO of that company, CELU, I went and met him. He's a neurosurgeon, trauma neurosurgeon. Wonderful guys, wonderful people, and the company is in a debt spiral. He needs the money, and where's he going? He's dead. As far as I looked at him, he didn't listen to me, and now what do you do? How do you get out of this mess? He's doing the same thing MULN did, and all these other companies, Root, they all do the same thing.
Yeah.
And you can't blame me. I have nothing to do with it. I told you to stay away from it. I love the guy. I love the company. I told you, until they tell the name of the investor, stay away. No name, stock straight down. And
you said that about one with... Anyway, I'm not going to bring it up. One gentleman...
What stock did I say?
You said it about a stock that had a... Anyway, it happened... I bought stock, and you said you better get out of it. They've got...
All right, no problem.
Anyway, it's just, it'll... I don't want to bring it up.
I don't want to open up any sores. Yeah, next.
One guy has an idea here, which is we could buy a, advertisement in the Washington Post.
My idea is to get a broker-dealer. Everybody move their accounts from Robinhood, all these other places, move it into our firm. We'll have the people in the back office make sure there's no fails to deliver, and we take control of the street. That's my goal.
I'd love to do that.
But again, you got to go. We'll be the only fish swimming upstream. Everybody on the street is going to hate us because we'll be calling them all in all the time.
I love that idea.
So that's my idea. Anyway, listen, I have to run. Have a great night, and I'll speak to you tomorrow.
You're the best. Thank you very much.
You got it.
Bye. So, to aerial view, I apologize for getting frustrated and upset. I think part of the problem was I was going down the list of questions. There were many questions ahead of you, and this capital letter, urgent. It was getting to me, and I overreacted, so I'm sorry. Well, our VYL is joining the allegiance against the shorts, and they're going to have a dividend, so there's the story. But I don't know enough about it to support the story cold. That's how you lose money, hopping from one to the other, to the other, to the other. I just think that the focus has to be right now on Finger. Actually, I love GTII, but I think Finger for this week, maybe next week, maybe the following week, the setup's there. So that's where I think we need to focus. Many talk about dividend. Why? Not sure that question makes sense to me, but the dividend in GTII, they did a warrant as a special dividend. It was causing a squeeze. Good guys that make contributions kind of said, everybody look this way, and everybody went the other way. Here we are again, trying to make special dividend distributions. In GTII, they distributed restricted shares, hoping that that might trip up the back offices, because back office clerks would have to put real shares in your account, not IOUs. It's the management of GTII is trying to do Gary Gensler's job, and it's very difficult. But they get nobody gets credit for doing the right thing. How can one sell what they don't own? Well, it's like Rodney Dangerfield said. I think he said, a hookah. What a business. She's got a product, she sells it, and she still has it. I guess the thing with these shorts, they just sell something that doesn't exist. They have the full support of Gary Gensler and the top people somewhere. Maybe it's in prime brokerages. Maybe it's at hedge funds. But they are supported either overtly or just by looking the other way by the regulators. As you know, Pat Byrne spent $30 million fighting this, and he found out that Goldman Sachs prime broker, something like 80 or 85% of Goldman Sachs prime brokerage revenue comes from this business. Stock loan. 75% of the income comes from the stock loan desk. And as he put it, Goldman Sachs is a stock loan department with the name of Goldman Sachs Investment Bank on the front. This business is protected by alumni and current hardworking people, people that are working at Goldman, such as the lawyer, I forget her name, blonde hair, who works both at Goldman and on the board of FINRA. Goldman protects this business because it's a way to make profits. So they allow the selling of shares that don't exist. And they hope you look the other way. And I believe that bankers are trying to emulate the fractional reserve system that works in commercial banks. But dollars are fungible with dollars. How do you funge shares in a company? You can't funge them. They're not fungible. If I buy 100 shares, I've got a right to vote 100 shares. But if you sell my shares, and they use all these fancy words, rehypothecate, just so that you feel like you didn't go to Harvard. Catherine, I think that name sounds right. Catherine Rumler sounds correct. I put it up on GTII a few times. Actually, I don't know. I don't want to spend time looking for it. I don't know, 9T3. I'm glad you see a lot of people crying about Finger on Twitter. I don't see it, but that's all right. I'm glad you kept us apprised of what you see. Hey, Tom. technical issues from TD Ameritrade. I'm not going to bring up that name. That observation. I do want to check how on the GTII. I'm not going to even look, James Neely. Hello, William. Can you please provide your thoughts on the GTII filings today? Directors selling stock on 7/20/23. Sorry if you have already discussed. I think you should get out of the stock. Directors are selling. Obviously, it's going down. NOVO stock. Exactly. There you go, Scott Scheller. Shares represent physical assets and a part of profits. Currency is just trading device to facilitate the trade of those physical assets. Go to the latest, Will. They're surprised you couldn't hear tears hitting the floor, talking smack on ham even. Thank you, 9T3. It's useful. 9T3, a lot of people are in the calls for Finger. Finger is down. Finger at $5, $4.99 is up. 9T3. Finger is up $3.53 for the month, for three and a half weeks. So I doubt people are crying on that. But thank you, 9T3. I was going to call the SEC, but my complaint is an opinion. You must be a lawyer. My complaint is an opinion. I don't really have the facts or proof they are cheating. You must be a lawyer, Da Hobbler. It's the kind of thing that a lawyer would say. So James Neely, management at GTII has not, like COSM, when everyone left GTII to go to COSM, the CEO commenced to do a deal with the shorts. It ran up, they did a deal. They took 40 million out of the market, or roughly. They also paid themselves, issued shares, all that same kind of stuff. GTI has always said no. No, 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 no. But if you read the filings for GTII, I think it was 3 months ago, GTI issued a lot of stock to themselves and a lot of stock to a charity. And set it up, to my memory, that they can sell 1% of their position every month. They disclosed it. It's how they're going to benefit in this situation, 1% of their position every month. I think that if you are in GTII and you are concerned with insider selling, just get out of the stock. There's other stocks. And you're going to find that in other stocks, CEOs and insiders never sell their trades. Never get out. But in COSM, for example, how do you know? It's offshore trading? I don't know. How do you know? I don't know. There's other stocks. I don't mean to pick just on that. There are other stocks where insiders trade. But what would you rather have, Mr. Neely? Would you rather have the company when Charlie Mayo called up, hey, this is Charlie, had a talk with the boys, we worked some numbers. Basically, we're interested in having you sell to us newly issued stock so we can settle up our naked short position? They said no. Many times since, shorts have called in and they've said no. When the shorts called in to COSM, the stock ran up and right back down. The CEO said, yeah, sure. At AMC, yeah, sure. At GME, yeah, sure. At other stocks, yeah, we'll take the deal. Crappy deals. They crush it. So I'm not concerned, Jim Neely, that there's a filing today by GTII. There'll be a filing next month. There was a filing last month. There'll be a filing the month after that. There'll be a filing the month after that. There'll be a filing the month after that. There'll be another filing yet another month after that. Every month from here for the next period of time, the insiders are going to sell 1% of their holdings. It's just going to happen. So if we can't make peace with that, we shouldn't be in the stock. But Hams thinks that GTII is the best short squeeze setup he's ever seen in his life. And now he believes that setup situation is with Finger. But if that filing troubles you, it's just, all right, Jim, I see you're not selling. That's my explanation for that filing today. I haven't read it, but the questions it comes up every month. Hanging Moss Paranormal. I see bad guys have their guys on leashes going after you and Ham. You must be getting them. You know, when I look at Twitter, I try not to get all involved in it. I do post. I appreciate people reading my posts, but I try to just stick with a handful of people, maybe more than a handful, 24 people that I trust and respect. Otherwise, I don't really read it. Because if I read it, I want to respond, and then I get, it's just a dark hole. Every single person that's going after me, as you put it, Hanging Moss, I guarantee you they don't give you their name. My name's right there. My name's right there. I stand behind what I say. Am I always right? Probably not. Am I trying to do my best? Sure. Am I sometimes hot-headed? I don't know if it's the Irish, the Italian, or age, the Lithuanian. I don't know, but or the Huguenot. Could be Huguenot. I don't know. I find myself to be an extremely flawed human being. And it racks me with guilt. And it most of the time makes me aware that other people probably have the same flaws, and so you should be somewhat accommodating and forgiving. But sometimes I get hot-headed. Thank you, Digital Dark Lords. Not legal advice. A lot of executives have pre-planned stock sale programs. And the key thing, not legal advice, is it's announced. It's like inflation. If an economy has, 3% inflation for years, well, business gets used to it. Consumers get used to it. It's the change in inflation that troubles people. And that's the same with if out of the blue someone sold stock, then the question becomes more relevant. I appreciate it, James Neely. You you probably know a lot more than I do, James. I was you're not the only person that's asked that question. So if my frustration showed, it's partly I've been on for a while here, and it's kind of in a cumulative effect of that. I didn't really like that the first time I saw it, and then it made sense to me. And then since I really appreciate that management at GTII, who, by the way, if the squeeze happens, sort of over the next year, less than a year, I guess, they can't sell those shares. So they're doing all the right things that are going to help us make a trade. And so I don't begrudge them this source of liquidity because they're not selling us out. So anyway, James, I really wasn't trying to pick on you at all. Well, I do, yeah, Eric, I do. There's Robert Armstrong. I always forget. I think Robert is shorter than Mr. Greenberg. Oh, Hogan Smith, you're welcome. Ham's the guy. I don't think I could. Manana. Supply chain guy. Well, Da Havler, I'm not. That is a question a lawyer say, hey, I don't have proof. When you call in to the SEC, and I've done it, you can just give your opinion and give your observations. They're the ones that are supposed to look for the proof, believe it or not. Somebody asked on this interview, my computer's so slow, it's just starting to come up. Unfortunately, here, this might be it. No, but I think this is the correct. I think it's under wallstreetanalyzer.com, wallstreetanalyzer.com. Let's just put that in. Of course, we'll have to talk for about 3 minutes before it comes up. And that's assuming I can remember how to spell analyzer. I'm the worst speller in the world. Oh, you missed the part if MMTLP will settle it. Yeah, thank you, Rayner. Ham, that is, said that he thought they will come to settlement in MMTLP. I think he's right, unfortunately. The big money is probably going to be made through lawsuits, and that means you're not going to get a big part of it. It'll go to the lawyers. 40% will go to the lawyers. I think there's an answer which I've put out before, and maybe I should put it out again. But after these lives, I sometimes am just drained. It's not so much that I've done hard work. It's that it just drains me emotionally, or my energy, or something. So I haven't been as productive maybe as I should be. Let me see if there's an interview here. Okay, here we go. It's good little site. Hasn't come out yet, but Wall Street Analyzer, they under CEO interviews. It's not been posted yet. Maybe they're doing it. Let me see if there's a live news feed. News feed. Chasing stock momentum is playing with fire, says Cantor's Eric Johnson at Cantor Fitzgerald. Reasonable point. I don't see this interview coming up. So it mustn't have happened yet. Rainer, yes, I'm tired. And you're at 10:36. Yeah, I'm tired. I didn't have my afternoon nap, I guess. Yeah, AP, I get embarrassed when I overreact to somebody, and sometimes I misunderstand. I'm not, the guy that's really good at it is Ace is the place for the helpful investment man. I've never seen him get overly wrought. Busy Brands does a good job moderating space calls. Anna, Queen of Trades, does a great job. I think whenever I've heard, I think Syntax is moderated, but I think she's good. I think whenever Junk Savvy does it, they never seem to lose their cool. So they've all got talents that I seem to be missing. Sometimes I lose my cool. And I also when he's moderating, I think Drew Diligence does a good job as well. What's the name of Ham's firm? Well, his contact details on Twitter are Ham at Ham Short Killer. Well, you can rewind this and hear the call. Once we get off, it'll be on YouTube. What I was impressed with Ham's call is he still believes that. Thank you, Brett. That's very kind. And well, I own more calls than I need, but fewer calls than I want in July. And I've just kind of resigned myself to thinking, well, they're going to expire worthless. I should do a new chart. But what I see in this chart, I don't think this sell-off is bad. And it's just too bad it's happening this week. But I expect this stock to go back to 859, 950. And if it breaks out, like I've said, I think it can go to $69, $70. Well, sometimes I can't tell who is real and who is not real. Thank you, Mike Ciccarone, Cicerone, or Uh, Cicerone. It's hard. I don't know how to say it. Is the top line on that chart the OBV? I can't think of what OBV is. Online betting volume. It's the RSI at the top. MACD at the bottom. I don't know. Oh, Christopher Pope. If you're going from 200 to 1,000, that's 5 times. But see, that's the thing, Christopher. It's quite subjective because I looked at a lot of charts. What is the breakout point? You're right. Like here, last time finger just recently. Is that the breakout point? Or is it here? 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 It's a good observation. I don't have a chart of the VW squeeze. I'll see if I can find one. Maybe I can talk about that. I think VW went much higher than 4x. And I think it started below 200, but I'd have to check the chart. Unbalanced volume, yeah. That's what I knew I was getting it wrong. I was trying to pull that out of my head and it wasn't coming. No. The volume's down here. Let me see. I'm just trying to pull it up. Sorry to be silent. Volkswagen. 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 But why? Why do you drive a Volkswagen? Here's just a short-term chart on finger, and here's the volume. And look how much there is. And it's on the way up. Low volume, see this down here? Low volume on the pullback. Low volume, lower volume on the pullback. So somebody's buying, and they're doing it quite, it seems to me, quite rationally, quite professionally. When it runs up, if the shorts are going to give them stock, they let them pull back. Let them pull back, and then they buy. We're real in Galicia. I can't pronounce that. On MMTLP. Yeah, Ham thought it would settle soon. I forgot I didn't answer that. I don't think he thinks necessarily there'll be a huge settlement organized by the system. It'll be in the court cases. But he also thought that you'll get your shares. That's where it could get expensive. I think it's a nice exercise, but it's pointless right now because it's in the hands of lawyers, and there's a lot of lawyers. And to me, I'm not being one, but to me, there's no money changing hands. There's no agreement being signed. There's no stock maybe newly issued or not without a release from everybody, or at least as a class. Things will be divided into different classes. And if a majority can vote, or it needs to be a super majority, I don't know how the court will set it up. but there'll be releases before anything gets done. I think a settlement in MMTLP is a long way away unless a regulator grows a pair, or the 80 to 90 broker dealers who were not clearly complicit in this and want to settle up, they put so much pressure on the regulators to solve it. Otherwise, it's with the lawyers. And the court process is a lot like doing business with the World Bank. Things go SLOWLY. I like Skoda. Isn't Skoda Czech? Thank you, Jewelry Affairs. Lawyers are going to make a ton of money. It's going to be like asbestos or tobacco settlements. David Kursman, it's always the Italian. That's very funny. There's no question. Verville in Gleska. All right, so do you think our agreements with our brokerages would cover settlement agreement? No, I don't. It's possible that if the agreement is significant enough that the brokerage firms could make some deal and then put it in your account. But it would have to comport to a bona fide settlement of the contract that the broker dealers entered into you when they organized the trade and took your money at settlement. All right, so not legal advice, much wiser and more active in this, has hope for everybody. I may have come across as hopeless, but he says, I expect new activity in MMTLP related matter within the next 2 weeks or sooner, which is fantastic. So J Mr. Photographic, getting spicy, way more trades than normal in the after hours. That's good to hear. You know, he's giving on Wall Street Analyzer, I think that's where it is. Martin Shen is giving an interview, maybe now or maybe a little while ago or a little later, but I'm sure it'll be posted, and that's going to make a big difference. Well, John, you got the gold mine. They got the gold mine, and you got the shaft. John, if prosciutto, yes. If my settlement, not mine, it's so obvious anybody could think of it. But if what I put up were to happen, I contemplated that the lawyers would get bloody rich, because you've got to get them to agree, and they would make massive amounts of money. But I think the money should be going to Nexbridge and to you, not to the lawyers. But having said that, I'm telling you, I think there'll be some lawyers that make billions in this trade, in toto, top line. Then they got to divided out. It's going to get, they're going to get rich. Lawyers are going to get rich. And I actually think in the, even though the arbitration clauses make a lot of lawyers look the other way, a lot of lawyers just don't want to get involved because it doesn't look like a winner. I think the lawyers that have stepped up, and there's a handful that are just amazing, including Not Legal Advice and Little JR and Rosa and Mark Bazile and West Christian, even though he's getting paid. He's great. I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out. I think in this situation, the lawyers are going to earn their money because it seems like the only avenue that is going to shine sunlight as much as possible on the corruption. Otherwise, the political avenue doesn't seem to be causing it, and yet anyway. And journalism is all corrupt, at least so far. And brokers that you talk to have no idea about it. And so I think the legal avenue is where this can get fixed. My own belief is if we can see a margin call that results in buy-ins, that results in a prime broker being either wounded or going down, that'll make a lot of change too. Hey, JR, any word on when the CEO will make a statement? Yeah, we talked about it. Ham talked about it. I've mentioned it a few times here. I think on Wall Street Analyzer, either earlier this afternoon, now, or later today, maybe it's in the morning, Martin Shen, CEO of Finger, is going to do what will initially be a live interview, and then it will be a replayed interview. I believe it's already happened, it's happening now, or it'll happen tonight. And there's plenty of interviews out there, if you take the time on YouTube and elsewhere, interviewing Martin Shen, and you can hear the powerful story, which is Finger Motion. Yeah, you got $13 and the lawyers got $54. Class action is a big way that lawyers make money, but when you have regulators that aren't going to do anything, and you have Congress that's captured, you have broker-dealers looking the other way, you have active criminality, perhaps by prime brokers, but certainly by so-called investment management firms. What choice do you have but go through the legal process? Because that's where, as much as possible, evidence is put on the record. MMTLP, very discouraging. Well, it's discouraging, but it's not new information. And I'm a little more optimistic on MMTLP than anybody that I see in my comments. I believe that this is going to cost the street at least $1 trillion, if not $2 trillion with a T, dollars. And I think the settlement that should occur is that NextBridge issues $1 billion or 2 billion shares, whatever the number is, adjusted for, in terms of price, adjusted for the fact that you deserve 1/160 millionth of the value of NextBridge per share of MMTLP. I think the criminals, the prime brokers, maybe the broker dealers, the DTCC has to pay, I don't know, $1,100, $1,500 a share to get NextBridge to issue new shares. NextBridge then would, well, first, let's say it's $1.5 trillion. First, you take 100 billion, 150 billion, and you pay the lawyers. They get rich. And then you take costs off. So maybe you're left with 1.3 billion, a trillion. Now, but it could be double that amount because the short position is so massive. But so I don't know. It could be 2 trillion. But that money goes to NextBridge. NextBridge issues new shares. Then NextBridge gives to you one share of NextBridge for every MMTLP. But because of the massive amount of money that was paid per share, it automatically adjusts for the dilution that the criminals caused. And I think MMTLP should give a $100 a share, $50, $150 a share cash distribution. So you get a huge cash distribution plus a share in one of the most exciting oil and gas companies ever. And the criminals all get to walk free, but they give up their money. They may not be able to trade again, but they don't go to jail. Prime broker will get in trouble. DTCC covers it. SEC and FINRA, they don't go to jail. They go on with their lives and their careers, revolving doors. Congress can get on to the issues of the day in the Ukraine and elsewhere. Journalism can go back to the comfortable position it is right now, giving us the science and the truth and everything that we see. And, that's what you do. Well, I'm not saying that the company should go public, Big Al. And I'm not saying that it should cause NextBridge to change its plan. And if their meetings are private, they're private. But what I am saying is NextBridge could have $1 trillion or $2 trillion in cash. They could, I don't know, you have to first know how many shares have to be covered by the criminals, and it comes out of that. But then NextBridge gets cash. They can buy acreage in the Permian and the Oro Grande. They can develop it. They can probably go buy companies with cash flow. They can go lease up North America, South America, Egypt, whatever they want to do, without the woke restrictions that BlackRock and other New York, San Francisco, Chicago hedge funds cause. So you could hire people that actually have talent. You could drill without the environmental restrictions, although I've found most oil companies drill quite with a lot of environmental integrity, and you wouldn't have the governance issues. So I think it's the best solution all around. MMTP, we should just trade for 2 more days. I think that ship has sailed. I think you can't put Humpty Dumpty together again. Let me ask you, if they open it up for trading for 2 days, I'll give you one question. What if there's only 30% participation? Or you pick your percentage. Let's say 30%, 50% participation. How do the lawyers get a sign off from a class action suit from the other 50%? Do you just say, we're going to open it up for trading for 2 days? If you don't trade in those 2 days, your rights are forfeit? Well, then the shorts know you have to sell. And and they'll keep the prices low. They will know by the end of 2 days you must sell. So they'll keep the prices low. What if you open it up for trading for 2 days and the shorts flood the markets with illegal shares? There's no evidence that a court or the SEC or FINRA or broker-dealers have any clue how to make sure that the criminals wouldn't manipulate the price. Oh, closing transactions only, I heard you say. Closing transactions only. Well, if they say, okay, it's going to be 2 days, closing transactions only, if they only have 2 choices. If you don't trade, you lose all rights. So even if it's a closing transactions, the shorts will sit there on $1 or 50 cents until the end of the second day, and then they have no risk. They have no risk to the rest of it. Doesn't help you. Okay, so you say, well, you're not going to take away your rights if you don't sell. So you have a choice to sell or to hold your shares to convert into NextBridge. There isn't a lawyer that's going to agree to that on all sides, because those that sell obviously will sign a prearranged release. But then all of these people that are hoping to get into NextBridge, there aren't any shares. There are no shares if you don't sell and you keep there are no shares. So the risk is still there. How do you define the risk to the system? There's 100% of the problem. Let's call it a billion shares, but it could be 2.5 billion. I really believe that. Let's just say it's 2.5 billion. So let's say you get 1 billion of those shares taken care of in the 2 days of trading. Well, now you still have 1.5 billion to take care of. Is that any better? I just don't see it. You're not going to see 2 days trading ever again. You're not going to see it. Well, David, you added something. If there's a risk of prison time, there's no evidence that the SEC or FINRA or any participant will direct these cases to the DOJ. So anyway, I don't see trading coming back. If you added jail time, I see no evidence that that's going to happen by the system. I just don't see it. I'm OG. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, that's the other thing, Big Al. They may say, all right, we're going to open it for trading. If you're an OG, which I guess means original gorilla, aren't we all originally gorillas or monkeys? I don't know. How do you define that? It's a real problem. Oh, I've answered this question. I guess I just don't do a good job. Timid. On Twitter, Ham said the CEO of Finger was going to comment on the Seeking Alpha article. Any news on that? On Wall Street Analyzer, I believe that's the site, .com, there will be a video of Martin Shen, CEO of Finger Motion, interviewed today, live at some point, answering not only those questions about the Seeking Alpha article, answering other questions, elaborating on the business plan. Timid. Go to Google, go to the search bar, type in Martin, Martin, Shen, S as in Sam, Hen as in Nancy, and then type next to it Finger Motion, all one word, and hit search. When that comes up, or you can add interview. You could add interview afterward. Hit search. When it comes up, go to videos. You will see a listing of at least a dozen interviews that Martin Shen has given on Benzaga, on YouTube, on emerging growth markets. If you take the time, they range from 20 minutes to an hour. This is what is called due diligence. You can listen to previous interviews that Martin, Martin, Shen, Shen, of Finger Motion has given in the past, and as recently as a week or so ago. Then you can look to see on his website at fingermotion.com if there is in fact a copy of the interview he did today. Timid, that's the best. I'm repeating myself, and it's boring to everyone else. But that's the best answer I can give. I have not heard the interview. I know it's coming, but I really suggest Google search engine, Martin Shen interview, Finger Motion. Hit the button. You'll have a lot of choices. If it's not there, go to www.fingermotion.com. It'll come up. It's a really nice website. Go to Investor Relations and see if they have it there. Otherwise, what I would recommend is waiting until later this evening when on Ham's site, I'm sure he'll post the link to the interview. It's the best answer I can give, Timid. Are we going to have our money in MMTLP before December, according to Ham? Ham doesn't know. I think Ham's confidence, he He knows John Berta, as do I. He knows Wes Christian very well. He's worked with Wes in the past and made the introduction of Wes to Vocal, to, I think that might have been, I think it was direct, to COSM, who I don't know if they hired him, to Finger, to GTII, and others. Ham did that. Ham occasionally speaks with Wes, but most of these things Wes can't talk about. Ham also knows the street. He's listened to John Berta. He's listened to many people close to MMTLP. Ham has gone to Congress. He's gone to Senate. He's talked about MMTLP. He's learned about MMTLP. He doesn't know as much as the lawyers involved, or probably you even. But one thing he does know that differentiates the United States stock markets from any in the world. When you put up cash through a broker-dealer and you buy something and you get it at settlement, that's a sacred contract. Now, the fact that the system is building in counterfeits and is building in IOUs and stretching out failure to locates and failure to delivers is because the system knows if they stretch it out and you buy 1,000 shares of Apache APA at $38, and they receive a failure to deliver, but they take your cash, and the stock goes to 100 in 18 months. And when you sell, they know they can sell your stock in the market, and they will accept a further failure to locate, failure to deliver, and that'll go into the new buyer's account. You will get cash. So they're trying to imitate, in my judgment. See, I'll take the blame for this theory. I've never heard anyone describe it this way. They're trying to imitate the fractional reserve banking system by basically having out in the electronic form 10 to 1, 20 to 1, 100 to 1 shares versus real shares, because they know the demand for the real shares will never happen all at once until it did with MMTLP. And I don't know that Ham knows how the settlement will happen. But what Ham knows is that Wall Street must honor that transaction. The lawyers are going to squeal and squawk on behalf of the criminals. They've already done it. Oh, they're just being greedy. Oh, they're just large computer guys in their mother's basement trading stocks. Oh, there was fraud. It was committed by us. Oh, there was fraud. It was committed by John Murda and the management. Oh, let's bring in Joe Angel from Georgetown. It's not a thing. Let's get an article in Forbes. It's not a thing. It's just those people. Conspiracy theory. They probably don't follow the science. So that's all happened. That's the first stage of the attorneys on that side. The next stage, I've told you, they're going to argue that the settlement should be at $2.97 because that's where the stock closed on Thursday night. Then they're going to argue, oh, you don't want to settle there? Then just rescind the trades to the original Torchlight holders, not anybody that invested afterward. When that doesn't fly, the lawyers on the other side will say, well, we're only going to pay the highest price anyone paid. And there might be some other permutations in there. We will pay everybody what they paid plus some cost of business. That might happen. Or they'll say we're just going to do $12. That way everybody gets it will be fine. That won't fly. Then they'll say we're going to do it in stages. We want to offer $5, see how many people come forward. After that's done, we'll offer 12, then we'll offer 25, then we'll offer 50. That's not going to fly. Why am I confident none of that crap's going to fly? Because on the other side, you've got 5 extremely motivated, wealthy men who own NextBridge and they own MMTLP. They're not going to settle for that, and they're not going to sell you out. But the lawyers on the criminal side are going to argue that way. They're already doing it. They're already doing it. It's not going to work, but they have to go. They have to do this so they can charge their clients a lot of money. They can tell them we did the best we can. The judge didn't go with us. The judge said, what an awful judge. They should have seen it. Now we've got to go into settlement talks with not legal advice, and he's asking for the moon, but hey, we went through the judge. That's sorry. So they're doing all that. What Ham said is there will be a settlement. You're not going to lose your money. He also said the real money's going to come in the lawsuits. I don't think that's good, but that's how he sees it. And I think right now he's right. It could have opened up for trading for 2 days. That would have been the cleanest. Didn't happen. They could have opened it up immediately afterward. That didn't happen. They could have come to a settlement like I've proposed back when the stock was $3, $10, $12. That didn't happen. They could have had market trading / gray trading. Probably in the first 90 days, people would have gone for it. That didn't happen. Now it's in the hands of lawyers. It's the worst case scenario for you and for me. I own the stock because it's going to take TIME and lawyers go to court. Lawyers bring in evidence. They fight the other attorneys. The other attorneys say, Your Honor, your offer, we object. And then there's time. There's filings. There's more time. There's another filing. There's an appeal. It goes on and on and on and on forever. And that's where we're looking at with MMTLP, in my opinion. Until one of the women at a brokerage firm said, I've had enough. I want a settlement. But I don't see any of those leaders coming out. Until a congresswoman comes out, we're going to get to the bottom of this. I don't see any of those leaders. Until the next chairman of the SEC comes out and says, we're going to fix this. I don't see that happening yet. So I don't agree with Ham. I don't think you're going to get a settlement by the end of the year. Now, what you might get is a framework for a settlement that'll be announced and discussed. But don't expect it. Don't expect it soon. This stock no longer trades. They're not going to put the system at risk by opening it up for trading again, in my judgment. It's now in the legal system. So the regulators are going to wash their hands, say, hey, like Gary Gensler said before Congress on a different issue, we'll do whatever the court system tells us to do. The Republicans said, wait a minute, you're the head of the regulatory body. Isn't it? Doesn't it come down to you? But he's such a weasel. Oh, we'll just do what the courts say. That's what you're dealing with. I don't see any settlement in MMTLP for the next, I would guess, 18 months, 2 years. It's going to be a long time. Now, I'm going to push for, and maybe I got to do a video, maybe I got to write a letter. I think it's time for the companies and the leadership to demand a settlement. And that could happen because the longer it goes the legal route, the sooner people go to jail. People will be charged with felonies. People will lose not only their livelihood, but their freedom to walk around the streets of New York or wherever they live. The cost of settlement will just skyrocket the longer this takes because, in my judgment, the value of Ora Grande is going to do nothing but go up, up, up. It's in the algorithmic part of the S-curve. And then the journalists, they're irrelevant. The SEC and FINRA, irrelevant. They'll either resign or rotate out. It's irrelevant. Congress, we've got an election coming up. We've got wars to fight. We've got to make sure that our population is safe. There's plenty else on their mind. So then it comes down to the brokers and the prime brokers and the hedge funds. As the value's going up, as they're determining which guys committed fraud, it's probably men, which prime brokers were complicit, which broker dealers were deep, they're going to start saying, hey, we want to settle. We want to settle. After the facts are entered into court and there's a pattern that shows up that all the lawyers can see, rather than debate, they can see where it's going, they're going to want to settle. And it's going to be expensive. Unfortunately, if the settlement happens in the court system, 40% of it's going to go to the lawyers. I think NextBridge and the principals in MMTLP and MMAT and all of us should organize the settlement for cash sooner. So we just pay legal fees rather than percentages of the total settlement. That's how I see it. But no one's going to listen to my idea. I've put it out before. Yet, the reason they won't do it yet is lawyers on all sides are educating themselves. Because their brains, they're used to their brains being the only brain that matters, they're going to study it. These are people that got straight A's in high school, mostly straight A's in college. They went to law school. They passed the bar the first time. They're going to do their own homework, and you're going to pay for it. And then they're going to do all these arguments I just said. And then they're going to prove to the other sides how smart they are. There's hundreds of lawyers involved here. This MMTLP, you've got to stop saying, when am I going to get my money? If what you should do, maybe we all should do it, we should organize our own gray market. Maybe not legal advice would tell me how to do it, but you need a purchase-sale agreement that is honored by all parties. And you could sell your MMTLP that's in the QSIP that's in your account to somebody for $5, $10, $20 in a gray market, as long as there's an enforceable purchase sale agreement That's enforceable. I don't know how to do that because I'm not a lawyer. It's probably got to be notarized. It's probably got to be recorded at the courthouse, wherever the jurisdiction is, that it matters. And I don't know where that is. Is it in Texas? Is it where you live? Is it where the seller I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But it's got to be recorded. And then if the stock goes to $500, the seller of those shares can't back out. They already signed this. Because at the broker-dealer, it's still going to have that QSIP number in your name. Or maybe there's a way of writing a purchase-sale agreement that involves the broker-dealer, and the broker-dealers will hand it off. I doubt they do that, though. I doubt they do that because they assume more legal risk. So it's a morass you're in, and I'm in. I own it. And I paid more than you for my MMTLP. I paid $8, $7.86. So I just don't see how you're helping yourself. Are we going to get a resolution? Am I going to get money in 2 weeks? Am I going to get it by the end of the summer? Am I going to get it by the end of the year? The only time there's going to be a settlement is if someone, whether it's a regulatory body, Congress, or principals like us, shareholders, maybe some of the broker-dealers, demand a settlement outside of the maw of lawyers and the legal system. Right now it's in the legal system, and that's where it's going. Gary Gensler is not going to resolve this. And FINRA answers to Gensler, according to I have it here, the emails that I think not legal advice, or maybe it was someone else got. Maybe it was Mark Blau, I can't remember, that got out of the Freedom of Information Act. But stop. In my opinion, stop fooling yourself. Legal battles take a long time. Remember the tobacco battle. Remember the asbestos battle. Remember the Ford window wiper, alternating wiper, stole my idea patent battle. Just any legal battle. 220 days doesn't even begin to cut it. I think you're looking at a 2 to 5 year to 6 year legal battle unless it starts to get so expensive for the broker-dealers and the prime brokers and the criminals that their lawyers come to our lawyers and say, we want to settle. But even that, if a settlement is done through lawyers, 40% goes to the attorneys. And I don't think that's fair. I think the attorneys are going to become billionaires and millionaires on this. But I think this needs leadership. And right now, I think everyone is, there's some leaders, Little JR, Not Legal Advice, Rosa. There's an attorney named, there's another attorney. All of you, part of the MMTLP community, all leaders. But there's no leadership in Congress yet. There's no leadership in the media yet. There's no leadership, zero, at the SEC. FINRA's just a bunch of lackeys. The OTC markets don't give a darn. There's leadership at John Berta. And I think guys like Drew Diligence and Busy Brands and Junk Savvy and Syntax and Anna Queen of Trades and Pedro Philly and there's another gentleman that's, I forget his name right now. He's done so much massive work. There are heroes out there working on this case. But until that leadership coalesces and demands a financial solution rather than a legal solution, you're looking for at years of legal wrangling. And the system will love it. The short sellers will love it, because what short sellers want is time so they can go kill other companies. The system will love it, and they'll send you glossy promotional materials for the next ETF or the BlackRock Bus Trust Fund or the Merrill Lynch real estate, now that it's crashed, commercial real estate, see-through windows trust with an equity kicker fund. You're going to see all those for your money while they just let this weave through the court systems. They're going to hope people die. They're going to hope memories get long. Guys and girls and other genders, you do not want this to continue through the legal process. Unfortunately, the legal process is the only place where there's sunlight. There's corruption on Wall Street. There's corruption captured in the SEC and FINRA. We have no choice but to try Congress. That'll do nothing. And then the legal system. So anyway, that's a very long explanation. I apologize, but I think you should stop expecting a quick settlement in MMTLP. My only caveat on that is if it becomes clear to the criminals and the brokerage firms that this has gotten out of control in terms of cost, definite, definable cost, and they're going to lose, they'll come to settle. I agree. McCabe won't, and that's the advantage, Ryan. And I didn't say that, of course, but the advantage is the big boys are going to carry your water, and I know they appreciate the work you guys all do, which is mind-boggling to me. So we're all a team, but they're going to carry the water on the settlement. I agree with you 100%. I don't think they're going to accept less than $600. And I bet the longer it goes on, my price over $1,000 becomes more accurate. Can the criminals do the same to GTII? FINRA is run by a bunch of lawyers that have very little experience trading in the markets. FINRA is a handmaiden of Goldman Sachs and other broker-dealers, BlackRock, and big hedge funds. FINRA is there to protect this money machine that the big banksters have. But it's also there supposedly to protect its members, which are the broker-dealers. FINRA, when presented for the last many years with a corporate action where two companies merge or there's a distribution, when it's a public company distributing into or merging into another public company, they approve it, and then the naked short is carried on into the other company. What happened here is the SEC took its sweet time to approve the MMTLP distribution into shares of 1-for-1 of NextBridge. The SEC, I believe, set the proposed ex-date of December 8th, with an effective date, I think, of the Wednesday. That might have been the 14th, with the last trading day, the record date of the 8th, settlement date of the 12th, and then I think it was effective that Wednesday, which would have been the 14th. Something like that. The SEC finally approved that, to my memory, around the week before, the end of the week, Thursday, Friday, even maybe the beginning of the week, when they handed it off to FINRA. FINRA approved this transaction on either Wednesday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon of that week. I believe it was Wednesday afternoon. Many of the 105 broker-dealers received notice of this approval, which was a distribution 1-for-1 of MMTLP, which will cease to be, into NextBridge, which is a private company, with a record date, an ex date of Thursday, the 8th, 2 days of trading, the 9th and the 12th, and then all to occur on the Wednesday. Either that Wednesday or the following, I forget. Public company, publicly traded asset going into a private company. I think on Wednesday night, all night, and then on Thursday morning, Jessica Hopper at FINRA was fielding phone calls from 105 panicked compliance officers, regional managers, CEOs, saying, hey, wait a minute. We have to deliver real shares of MMTLP into NextBridge. My guess is the majority of the real shares had already been transferred to AST, American Stock Transfer, at that time. So if you're a Charles Schwab, you're looking at your books. DTCC says you have 150,000 shares of MMTLP held at DTC. The MMAT is distributing its MMTLP to the DTC. Maybe it goes to the transfer for agent first, but essentially distributing it to the DTC to distribute. Wait a minute. Chuck Schwab, we have 150,000 at the DTCC, but I can see on our clients' accounts that we have 25 million shares out. Ring, 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 Jessica, Jessica, Jessica. You haven't given us enough time to take care of this. Well, just and I know this because FINRA put this solution out. Well, just transfer the short over to the private company. Jessica, you don't understand. We have failure to delivers and failure to locates. We can't settle our 25 million shares of MMTLP by Monday. We can't do it in the open market. We can't do it. We just simply can't do it. One, you haven't given us enough time. Two, if we start buying our clients in right now, we haven't given them enough notice. These accounts are not hedge funds. Many of these accounts are cash accounts. They're not on margin. There's not a margin call. We can't enter into this transaction as you propose it, Jessica Hopper at FINRA, without opening ourselves up to massive legal liability. We're not going to buy in the trades unless you give us something that covers our ass. So we need further instructions from you, Jessica Harper, at FINRA. So FINRA gets on the phone to the SEC, says, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Jessica Hopper being, if it were she, being a graduate of UVA law and worked at Legg Mason, and then I think got something at Georgetown. She comes into work Friday morning, and she's about to be shaken out of her high heel shoes. What do? I've got messages from every broker dealer in the country, 105 of them, telling me that they'll sue us, that they can't do this settlement. They can't handle this. And that FINRA is liable because we didn't give them enough notice. And that they are not going to buy in their accounts unless FINRA issues a ruling that absorbs the obligation and cost on FINRA or on the DTC. I can't organize this morning. So what does Jessica Hopper do? She goes into the rules, and I'm going to forget the name of the rule. U3 maybe? She finds either in the bylaws of FINRA or the SEC or in the Securities Act, wherever it is, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. She finds the rule that says if in the judgment of FINRA, the broker-dealers are not going to be able to settle the trades, she can pull a U3 halt. She said, I'm halting it. We're going to stop this. And that U3 halt is because a publicly traded company was going into a private company, and there was an imbalance as high as 2.5 billion shares had to go into 165 slots, which were mostly already taken anyway. She pulled the U3 halt because there is a provision that if, in her judgment, in FINRA's judgment, the broker-dealers will be unable to settle the trades physically under the scheme that was laid out, she can pull a U3 halt. That, and there was fraud involved, but that is completely, undeniably different than anything that involves a publicly traded company being squeezed, like GTII, like Finger. They can't halt. There's no U3 halt for that. So they halted it because you're not, and I'm in MMTLP, and frankly, I'd love the shares in Nextbridge, but to me, it doesn't look like it's going to happen that way. It's going to be some complicated legal thing. And it's a limbo, and it hurts me. But we have to accept that the situation that MMTLP going into a private company is unique. I think we have to have some sympathy for the handmaiden of this corrupt banking system, FINRA. I don't think Jessica Hopper knew, because in all the previous times, they just moved the fails to deliver, the fails to locate, the naked shorts just went in from IOUs sitting at your Charles Schwab account that said ABC company. When it started trading as XYZ company, you have an electronic entry, became an electronic entry. They just moved everything. Hey, no big deal. I don't think, one, that Jessica Hopper even realized all that stuff was going on underneath. Never been a problem before. I don't think she had an answer. How can we handle this? I also think she was put on the spot by the SEC, who took forever. They didn't give her much notice. So this is a long answer to you. GTII and FNGR will not be U3 halted. You're mixing it up. I'm mixing it up. We're not the victims, in my opinion, of FINRA picking on us. I think they got in a box they couldn't get out of. Now, am I saying they're not responsible? Am I saying that they shouldn't be sued? Am I saying you shouldn't be upset with them? No. But I can understand what happened in that situation. I can understand it. This is a buildup of years of fraud. This is a buildup of years of the SEC looking the other way. And the specific reason it happened to MMTLP is when Torchlight sold its shell, gave MMAT, merged into it, there was a massive short position. Massive. Well, that's okay because MMAT, a private company, comes into Torchlight. So they just carry, and it's publicly traded. MMAT is a private company, but it goes into the shell Torchlight. They change the name. They just carry the shorts over into the new situation. No, nobody knows any different because it's an electronic entry. You and I both trust our statements. There's a market for it. When you sell, the broker-dealer is going to make sure you get your cash. Looks like a stock, walks like a stock, quacks like a stock, pays cash when you sell it like a stock. Who's to know it's not a stock? Who's to know really on your side that it's an IOU? But the problem came is that MMAT did not want an oil and gas asset in Texas. So they distributed private stub distribution. They called it, I think, the Metamaterials Trust Limited Partners. They distribute it. Maybe it was 1-for-1. I don't know. But they distribute it. But guess what? That was in effect, like Ham always says, do special dividend distributions. The problem was, it was physical. It wasn't publicly traded. And it had a value. So there, if I'm right, that the number of shares that were shorted in Torchlight were over 1 billion, all of a sudden these shorts have to deliver 1 billion of these private MMTLPs. They can't deliver. And all the back offices are calling. You need to deliver, you need to deliver, you need to deliver. But they can't buy them in. They don't know what to do. So I guess they could buy in the Torchlight, but there's nothing to buy in of this distribution. So the criminals got together over there in Switzerland or in Germany or down in Panama or in Sparks Restaurant in New York, wherever they gather. And the criminals said, you know what? I know what we could do. Let's apply and make MMTLP a trading stock. Well, how are we going to do that? Well, all the data's online. Let's just download John Berta's data. Let's download Torchlight's data. Let's file it. And then, from Germany, we just have to sell 1 share into the United States, and we're free we're free. We're off to the races. We can sell as many fail to deliver into the United States of MMTLP as we want to. What they did is kick the massive naked short problem of Torchlight, which was shown by the distribution of a physical dividend of Oro Grande. They kicked it down the road. By making MMTLP trading. What did the broker dealers do? They went, whew, we can just put IOUs. We can just extend those failure to delivers from these great customers, the hedge funds. We can just put those failure to delivers into our customers' accounts. And so John Berta one day is looking on his computer. All of a sudden, his non-trading MMTLP trades for $6. He's like, or $2. He's like, wow. And it starts trading. Then the criminals crush it by selling. These are all designs by the criminals, not by you. I would argue the broker dealers and the prime brokers have responsibility. But the criminals did this. And then I think they got caught out because MMAT borrowed money, I believe, from MMTLP or the principals. MMAT wanted to, let's just move on with our life. So they distributed it as a private company. The can that the criminals kept kicking down the road became a 5-gallon can filled with cement. They couldn't kick it any further. And as I've described to you, I have some sympathy for these people that just assumed the computers were right at FINRA. They had to stop trading. It was impossible for the SEC's approval to be accomplished. It was impossible for FINRA's approval to be accomplished. It just wasn't possible. They stopped trading. That doesn't mean they didn't commit fraud. That doesn't mean they don't owe you. Don't hear me the wrong way. The system owes you what you bought. But Jessica Hopper had no clue how to fix it. Robert Cook had no clue how to fix it. Gary Gensler couldn't give a shit. It's over the counter. So here we are. But GTII, Finger are not going to be halted. They might be halted when orders get imbalanced, but then they start trading right away. I don't know. I'm sure I'm going to have to answer that question 100 more times. I think MKC, FINRA, and the brokers should force settlement. MKC, I'll give you my solution. I'll give you my solution. I've done it before, and I'll try to do it quickly. And it's so bloody obvious. I'm surprised nobody's doing it. I'm surprised nobody's doing it. I think FINRA, SEC, Congress, journalists, and others are off in the corner, completely irrelevant. I think let's just call them LLCs. The criminal LLCs have liability, massive liability. I think alongside the LLCs, the prime brokers, whoever they use, have massive liability. I think the broker dealers, are in a either knew or should have known situation. And I think there's various ones, but they're going to have to pony up. That's on the criminal side. On the good side is you and me. You and me, the shareholders. There's down here, there's MMAT, who did nothing wrong. And the reason MMAT is here, they're good guys. They're still kind of tangled up because I think lawyers will sue them. But also they borrowed money from MMTLP. There's I don't know what it, I never know. Flame Buster. There's MMTLP, Flame Buster, whatever. This kind of representation of MMTLP, some shareholders. That's there. They're good guys. And there's and finally, oh, I left one group out. I'll put them down here. There's one of the players is the lawyers. And the Darth Vader, the big spaceship of it all is the Depository Trust Corporation. This is where the money's going to come from, and if they can't afford it, it'll go to the taxpayers. But that's what they'll pay. And then you've got NextBridge. And I'm going to put in the same color as NextBridge. For lack of a better word, the big insiders. That's your playing field. That's your playing field. That's it. Now, we want justice. We want these criminals to go to jail. We want our 2 days of trading. We want our squeeze back. In my settlement, you're not going to get any of that. They're not going to jail. That's a permanent pen. That's not it. So, my settlement, you've got, I think these people go out, you just ignore them. They're all gone. And journalists, SEC, FINRA, they get to go on with their life. No lawsuits, nothing. Maybe because FINRA's a private company and they might have committed fraud and $2 billion. But we'll leave that up to how these guys settle up. Broker dealers, it'll be determined. Prime brokers, the ones that are involved, massively. And the criminals, I'm going to leave MMAT out right now because it's not significant. They do need to be able to pay back their loan, but that's not significant for now. I'm going to leave out the flame buster because any settlement they'll be included in as shareholders and as insiders. So it leaves shareholders. Nextbridge, I'm going to just take the insiders out because it's the same, it's repetitive. So what you have right now is Nextbridge has I don't know the number here, but Nextbridge has 500 million shares. The accounts of the shareholders have maybe as much as 2.5 billion shares. I'm just going to, for ease of arithmetic, because I'm terrible at arithmetic, I'm going to use 1,165,000,000 shares that are in the shareholders' accounts. I'm putting it on the criminal side because it's all counterfeit. This needs to go there. They've issued more shares and they've done a little bit more, but just for simplicity, there's only 335 million shares available right now in Nextbridge. That's all there is. Now, you as a shareholder are supposed to get 1/165 millionth of Nextbridge for every share of MMTLP you have. The obvious answer to me, I've already taken this out. By reducing that, I took the 165 million out. So it's just 1 billion. There's 1 billion shares that need to get into 335 million shares. If right now these are authorized, they're not issued. But we have to convince Nextbridge to issue those. There's 1 billion shares that have to go in those slots. And there's already 165 million shares that have been delivered accurately. Well, let's just reduce this for simplicity. This is the criminals. We'll just call it the prime broker for now. The criminals, you want them to go to jail. You want them to pay. They have cash from these sales. I don't know how much is left. But it's going to be the prime brokers, the broker dealers, and the criminals are going to have to put up money. And to the extent they run out of money, it's going to go up the chain. What I think the criminals have to do is pay Nextbridge to issue. The criminals have to pay Nextbridge to issue 1 billion shares. Now, where this falls down is if they issue, first they have to get votes, and they're not going to like doing it. And I want Nextbridge to stay private. But if they issue 1 billion shares, it's not fair to you. Because you were supposed to get 1 out of 165 million based on some value. And I would argue, and I did it separately, that value is at least $100 a share. I think it's more now. But you were supposed to get that. And I think, absent all of this, that was probably worth about $105 a share 90 days 100 days ago, December, January. But now I think it's worth more than $100 a share potentially. But if you issue, if you were to issue 1 billion shares, this hurts what you're entitled to. So how do you adjust that? More money, more value. Now, Nextbridge, who did nothing wrong, has absolutely no responsibility to issue money. To issue shares. None. They have no, so how can you entice them? The criminals, the prime brokers, the LLCs, the broker dealers say, you know what? If you issue 1 billion shares, we'll pay you, I'm making it up, $1,150 a share. Okay, so $50 goes to cover costs. $100 goes to pay the lawyers. Can you imagine 100 times 1.165 million shares? $100. $100 times 1 billion. It's $100 million go to the lawyers. And maybe it'll end up being more. That leaves $1,000. That leaves $1,000 a share to go to Nextbridge to issue 1 billion shares. Now, you get your 1 share of Nextbridge for your MMTLPs. That's what Nextbridge does. They issue it to the shareholders. You're diluted in terms of ratio, but the shares are worth $1,000 in cash at the beginning. The costs are paid out before it goes there. They're worth $1,000. So that's how you make up the difference in the dilution. Now, once it comes here, I think Nextbridge pays out $100 a share to your shares and to the existing shares at AST. So that it's going to end up costing more than 100 million. It'll be whatever the arithmetic is. So it's going to leave Nextbridge this would leave the lawyers, in this example, I think it could be much more. This will leave the lawyers to split $100 billion. This could be, if the share situation is $2.5 billion, this could be a lot more. The costs, otherwise, there would be $50 billion. Now that could end up down here. Nextbridge would have $850 million, roughly. $850 million. They could buy all of Oro Grande. They could go buy companies. They could go offshore. No woke bullshit. We, as shareholders, would get Nextbridge Holdings shares that are worth, it might be a little less. Out of the gate, worth $1,000, might be a little less. Plus, we would get $100 per share. That's what we would get. Nextbridge is the best, and all those principals, my gosh, they're the Bill Gates of oil and gas. They're the next Rockefellers. It's huge. The lawyers are happy. Costs are paid. I think we'd be happy. No more lawsuits. Nextbridge is happy. And I think you could get dividends the rest of your life. What's in it for everybody else? Well, it's a little more grim. It's a little more grim for everybody else. The criminals, the LLCs, they lose every asset that Wall Street can find. They might lose their homes. They'll lose their cash in accounts. They might lose offshore monies. They lose everything. And they might not ever be able to trade again. But guess what? Guess what? And this is the part you won't like. This is their positive. They don't go to prison. That's why they do it. What's in it for the prime broker and the broker dealers, the brokers? They have to pay money. They have to pay. But what's in it for them? What's in it for them? Defined cost. It's going to be brutal, but it's defined. And no jail time. And they keep their business. They keep their franchise or their license, whatever you want to call it. And they can go out and continue to make money. That's what's in it for the broker dealers. That's what's in it for the criminals. And unfortunately, and the prime brokers, nobody goes to jail. What's in it for the SEC, FINRA? They go on with life. What's in it for the journalists? They get to say they were right. It's not a thing. What's in it for Congress? They can focus on other things. That's the solution. It'll cost $1 to $2 trillion, and I guarantee you it will be cheaper than what the lawyers come up with over the next 2, 3, 4, or 5 years. So anyway, that is my solution. And I think something like that isn't going to end up happening. They made a lot of money selling fake shares, but they're in a lot of trouble about it. And maybe some of it's offshore. They probably didn't pay taxes. So that's what's in it for the federal government. There will be tax payments made. And guess what? The broker-dealers and the prime brokers and the DTC, which is all brokers, when they pay out $1 trillion or $2 trillion, they get to write it off their taxes. I'm telling you, that's where it's going to head, or something like that. Get it done. Well, Kit, God has an eternal plan for these deceivers, but if the hardest thing to understand, in my opinion, and it is hard. In the New Testament, when Jesus came to the people, he didn't hang out with the righteous. He didn't hang out with the rich. He didn't hang out with the people with Ferraris and big mansions, and the ones that got straight A's and the ones that never put a foot wrong. He hung out with prostitutes, hurt, poor, murderers, killers, philanderers. So I think that God loves all of his children, including sinners. And it's the hardest thing to understand. It's the hardest thing to understand. But luckily, it's a mystery, and we don't have to understand it. So what these evil people are doing, I bet many of them think they're justified. And I think others are just doing evil things, but whatever is holy inside of them, God, I think God sees it. We don't see it. God will see it. So don't be surprised if some of the people that have hurt you in this life end up in heaven. Well, it's, social watch only. This example I gave may not, so many assumptions. But what Wall Street owes you is what they entered into. And I think that's non-diluted shares. I'm diluted. Non-diluted shares of MMTLP, of Nexbridge. And the only way to fix the obvious dilution that will occur is money. The only way to get Nexbridge to agree with it is to make them massively self-funding. Otherwise, they're going to say, screw you. We don't have any responsibility. We'll just go raise money elsewhere. So, well, M. Casey, as my dad pointed out to me, adamantly pointed out to me, I don't know anything about religion, and I shouldn't talk about theology. But it seems to me, in its most basic case, Jesus came to say to each of us, it's going to be okay. And for those who are Christian, he absorbed with much pain all of our sins so that we can be forgiven, and he showed his mercy for us. But see, even though I'm Catholic, they've changed part of the prayer in Mass to say, this is the blood of Christ. He died for you and for many, which he shed for you and for many. It used to be for you and for all men, and men being the broad term of humankind, not excluding women. And that's how I see it, the way I was raised. I think he came for, and I'm not trying to get into salvation and all that. He came for everyone that lived in the past, everyone living now, and everyone in the future, whether they believed in him, whether they were Muslim, Jewish, whatever. He came for everybody. I think he died on the cross for all men and women. So that's how I see it. I don't think he did it for many. I think he did it for everybody. But that's not how the Catholic Church says it now. They say for many. But anyway, ultimately, it's his sacrifice is God's sacrifice, and it's God's love. And in all faiths, in all of nature, and even to atheists, in all religions, God is there, and God loves everyone. And the hardest thing to understand, I used to debate Did Hitler get into heaven? Or would he be forgiven? Does he go straight to hell? I don't know. I mean, nobody knows. But you probably can't imagine a more evil man. Or Stalin, or Pol Pot. But in my faith, in the Catholic faith, if I sin all my life and I'm in a automobile accident and I'm laying on the edge of the road and a priest comes and gives me my last rites, and son, do you have anything further to say? And I say, I believe in Jesus. I want to be in, you're in then. Well, however it works. I mean, there's purgatory and other things. I don't know. But Hitler, that might not be the best example. In one sense, it may be Stalin would be a better example, because apparently Stalin had a heart attack or a stroke and he lost all control. So maybe in his last moments, he didn't have a chance to say, I ask for forgiveness, have mercy on me, I want to be with you. So he goes to hell for his sins, and I don't because I had a chance to ask for forgiveness? That seems like a little bit like a roll of the dice. Now, in my theory of it, and again, I shouldn't be talking this way. I don't have much room. I don't know how to excuse pure evil, but I think evil is a force, and I think God's children can, I don't know, it's a mystery. I don't know how God handles it, but it's clear that you can be forgiven and you can be granted mercy for any sin. It's hard to understand. It's really hard to understand. So when these short sellers with meet their maker, I'm not sure they're all going to go to hell. I really not. But I don't care about all that. That's all theory. I just want you to make money. That's all I want you to do. Exactly. Mine is the vengeance, said the Lord. Well, you can't mock God, for whatever a person sows, he will also reap. Yes, but where does he reap it? In this life or later on? Or does he reap it? I just don't know. I don't know. Oh, the law of karma, I don't totally understand. Well, I don't think there'd be no consequences. My guess is do you remember I don't remember enough about it, but the woman who touched Jesus? He accepted her right away because of her faith. So here's my answer to your point. I think a lot of people will not ask for forgiveness, will not seek. So that might be what they reap. But maybe it's more Old Testament, pre-Messiah, and we're still waiting for the Messiah. Maybe that's it. But I'm not implying that there'll be no consequences, but I think we're talking orders of magnitude. We each have sins we want forgiven. I don't know. It quickly spins out of this brain's ability to figure out. Well, I think there are natural consequences. I also think, believe it or not, a lot of those consequences come in this life. I don't know about the afterlife. I haven't been there. To my knowledge, I haven't been there. There may be a whole lot of learning. Maybe it's reincarnation. You have to come back. I don't know. I don't know. It's really interesting when I think the Old Testament has a lot of smiting and smoting and vengeance, and the New Testament is different. But at the time that Christ lived, Romans controlled the world. And if you went back in Roman time, it's not like our time. Men in particular could rape or sleep with anybody if they were of high manner born without consequence. You could divorce, you get remarried. Women, I think, even were. Julia, Caesar's daughter, was quite a pistol. It was a different time. You could kill. So it's interesting, and I want to read more about it. I just haven't had time. But Paul, who was killing Christians on the road to Damascus, Saul, Saul, why do you not insult me? Why do you? I don't remember. Why do you assault me? Why do you? Anyway, he had a conversion, and then I think Paul brought into Western society many of our mores based on Christ that, believe it or not, Rome didn't have. We have. So, I don't know. Why do you persecute me? Persecute me. You guys are great. You guys are great. No, you can't keep sinning. Which Little Green Candle? I read a novel when I was younger about it. I remembered as a Catholic, if I go into confession, the moment I'm absolved of my sins and I walk out, conceptually, according to this book, it's like I have a clean slate. My soul is as white as a wafer, the wafer. But if I sin during the week, because we all sin, whether it's from laziness or gluttony or whatever our weakness is, drugs, a harsh word, and we go in the next week for confession. So this book, I was really young when I read it. This book's argument was, well, you better die the moment you come out of confession. So I don't know the answers to all of this. Yeah, Aaron, that'd be great if they squeeze. That'd be great. A heart of repentance is what God wants. I also think it could just be as simple as loving him. Why do you persecute me? Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? Who are you, Lord? I've lost a bunch of questions. I was raised Catholic. Don't believe the basics anymore. Most people do not understand the Bible. I don't know. I'm I'm always amazed at the grace and the prayer of the Catholic faith. But I also recognize the sins of priests, the sins of power, and some of the horrible, horrible things. I just found out last week, you guys probably know who the Cathars are. Pope somebody or other slaughtered, eradicated the Cathars, Cuthers. I want to get a book on it. Just completely wiped a faith off the face of the earth. That sounds pretty awful. It sounds a lot like what the evil that that occurred last century. So I think just because a human being is a priest doesn't exempt them from sin. Well, yeah, you're not supposed to do anything bad to your body, either drugs, alcohol, or tattoos. How about stress? How about anger? How about jealousy? How about rumination? There's a lot of things. The second largest holder of MMTLP has transferred his shares to AST. Well, they better do that because he wants to sue otherwise, right? What did John say about religions in Imagine? I don't know, Jay. No religions too, and all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer. Well, I don't know. Prior to Christ, there was a lot of killing. I don't know. I'm not anti-religion, but I don't, on the other hand, require anyone in my life to believe what I might believe, or I'd go to, no, you can't change God's words, but you also cannot presume to know what God is thinking and how God will handle what God will handle. Communism. But then there's the Quran, which is God's word, or the Old Testament. Well, there you go, Kit. The Holy Spirit. You're not supposed to mock God or Jesus, but the real one you're not supposed to mock is the Holy Spirit. Yeah. I mean, Jesus is Jewish. All right, you don't have to do the religion stuff. Let's stop it. It's, Ian, I apologize. We don't have to do religion. And I don't want to, Ian, I don't want to proselytize or anything. It's just what happened, Ian. The gentleman said that these short sellers are is about what's going to happen to them ultimately. And I was trying to answer that. My apologies, Ian. We don't have to talk religion. And I'm sorry if I made it uncomfortable for you. So anyway, let's why don't we end it there on that, because I certainly I don't mind talking about religion, but I also massively respect that other people may not want to talk about it. So I don't want to impose at all, and particularly as Ian pointed out. So anyway, I'm going to just say goodnight and hope everyone, wish everyone peace. And you don't want me talking about tennis. I don't want to talk about tennis. I don't like what happened. So anyway, so I'm going to say peace, and I'm going to go walk my dog. And if Ian's still on, again, my apologies, and I hope it was not too much of an imposition. So anyway, I'm going to say good night, and we'll talk tomorrow, and hopefully this snap, I believe, with this kind of backing and filling. Look at here. On the way up, there was some trading back, and then it moved. I think that's what's happening. We're going to see a snapback, and it's going to be a powerful move up. So, all right, we will catch you on the flip side, as they used to say when I grew up. So, cheers.